Commissioner Speed, will you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, so the first item on our agenda is our consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. The second item on our agenda is comments from the public.
You know, on the agenda is a hearing in which there's going to be substantial evidence presented, and that is going to take some time. It is going to be my recommendation that the board keep the public comments at 5 minutes per person for a total time of 30 minutes in order to make sure that we have enough time to do the hearing that's on for tonight.
Thank you very much. So the first item, or the first name on our list, is Jim Moss. Please come forward and state your name and address for the clerk of the board.
Young Moss, 217 Fort Robert Street, Youngsville, 75596. Comments, please. First, I just want to thank the board, staff, citizens of this county, supporting the development agreement at the first meeting in January. I believe it includes the rated up the county, certainly Youngsville traffic is a daily problem. With the 20 to 30 years practice the business. All of y'all participate in that. Fiscal city. Covers roughly a third of the bypass. Still is. Secondly, I notice the last item on the consent agenda is the resolution to form America 250 NC committee. I know no details, but 2025 this year is the town of Youngsville's 150th, or I think they call it sesquicentennial year, and there will be events, especially in mid-March and mid-May, that I hope y'all will participate in. And that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Okay, the second person is Ken Scott. Okay, yes, sir. Thank you. The next person is Mr. Jason Brown.
Good evening, Commissioners. How y'all doing tonight? Jason Brown, been a resident here for 13 years, and all we want to do is serve the community. And 4 years ago, we took upon a big venture, and that was the Memorial Balloon Festival that we've hosted at First Fruits Farm. And the very first year, I know it was at the tail end of COVID, and a lot of people were trepidatious as far as getting back out into the public and supporting things. But from the very beginning, we were told very strongly that, yes, this is not a Franklin County, sponsored or supported event. And I said, be that as it may, we're going to try our best to have a successful event, which we have. It has been safe. We've served countless veteran organizations, hundreds of Gold Star families, brought in visitors from many surrounding states. And the tourism board did come on, thankfully, and we're so thankful for their support. And the first couple of years, it was $25,000 that all went towards advertising and marketing. But then, because we did not receive support from the county, all of those funds basically went back towards emergency management, the sheriff's department, fire department, you name it. Our third year, praise God, we were awarded a $50,000 grant from the tourism department. And we said, okay, maybe we're gaining some traction and working with the county and helping to support this event, because it served everyone. If you went out there, especially at times when there were racial tensions, guess what? You saw every community being served: Black, white, Hispanic, Native American, Asian, Indian, and it was just an awesome family-friendly event that was even taken note by other counties in our state that approached myself and my partner and said, you guys have done such a great job highlighting Franklin County. We want you all to bring the Balloon Festival down to our county, and we will give you a budget of $300,000. And we were like, oh, wow, okay, because that's twice as much as our budget. And if we had that much support, wow, we would really be able to have an even more and further successful event. One request by the tourism department was that they wanted to be featured in our state magazine. And we had a full page ad last March that cost $8,000. And then we were told last minute, the very next month, that they would cut our support and funding down to $7,500. And that was very tough, okay? That was a tough and a hard pill to swallow, all right? And it set us back tremendously. Set out and made an announcement through social media that, this year, unfortunately, we're not going to host the Memorial Balloon Festival at First Fruits Farm. And hundreds of people already have been very upset about it. Your constituents, your residents, several other people have even said, you guys have done such a great job. We used to host a county fair, First Fruits Farm. Jason, you need to think about possibly hosting the Franklin County Fair. And I said, that would be awesome, but we would definitely need the support from the community in order to do so, and from the county. And I would love to be able to work with our commissioners. I would love to be able to work with whoever in the county. If you think this is a good thing, which I think is a great thing, everyone that has been there and participated has walked away with a smile on their face and thought it has been a wonderful and a successful event as well. And I just want to continue to be a blessing to Franklin County. And whoever I can talk to, whoever I can draw up a proposal, whereas then we can form a committee, reorganize, and then hopefully in the future gain the support from the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. The last person we have is Mr. Scott Strickland.
And Jason just talked about the balloon festival. I have reached out to Jason and Balmer Farms if he decides not to do it, we're trying to keep it here in Franklin County. And I'm talking to Dan Mullen, willing to work together, and we want him to keep it where it previously was. And we're looking forward to getting information from the promoter and all that to keep the Blues Festival in Franklin County, because it's a lot of people that enjoy that. And not only that, we have a lot of veterans here that, you know, come out and completed that over the years. So my group with Bunsert and Man, and we're looking out for the other CERT groups to come on board to help us with the parking and stuff like that if it comes down to that, and we're in negotiations trying to make this happen. And so we can't do it without y'all, just like he said. It takes a lot of stuff to put on this stuff. Even when we had the county fair when I was a little boy, it took money to do that. And now if you try to do that, it still takes money. It's gonna take lots of money to advertise and stuff. So we're looking for support from all of y'all if this comes to light, and I'll keep you informed. The other thing that I want to talk to you about is Bunsert has been really busy. I've got, start off with 23, down to 18 in an emergency medical responder class. They had the first test, and I'm proud to say every one of them in there are passing in the 90s. We had a few 80s, but it wasn't low 80s, they were high 80s. So I'm proud to say that they're doing a great job, and I feel like they're going to be great assist to Franklin County once they get through this and get certified with the state of North Carolina. And the other thing that I want to talk about, before Kim's police, I had talked to her about getting some vehicles from the county. We have some surplus vehicles that are good enough for us to use. We need to start preparing and put equipment on there to help with road closures, rehab. It's other numerous things that we can help throughout the county as a resource. And then the other conversation I had with Kim, you know, we got boxes and boxes of Harris radios that each search group in the county could utilize. I've already been licensed with the FCC. I've got 4 channels that we can use with those, plus whatever with the direct channels we already have with the county. I just need y'all's support and help getting this stuff done. And the last thing that I need, and I will talk in negotiation with Kim, talking about this. I need to get a signature from the county saying that we're part of the emergency services. We got part of that done, but we can't even go buy anything from federal surplus. And I talked to Jamie Holtzman about this. We got to receive some funds, just like every fire department and rescue left in there, to be able to do that with the state. Jamie can tell you more about what we're needing, but it's a form that's got to be filled out and sent back in that we have received funds from Franklin County to be able to purchase equipment at the federal surplus. And they have a lot of new stuff that's come off of military bases and where have you with the Army that we utilize here with the fire service. So anything that y'all could do to help us get that pushed along would be greatly, because we're, you know, rope and stuff like that you can get pretty cheap up there where you can't go out and buy it at the hardware store as cheap as you can get it up there. And that's all I have, and I appreciate everything that y'all do here in Franklin County. Y'all don't get told that enough, and I want you to know that I appreciate everything that y'all do. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Item number 3, public hearings. Item A, a request for special use 24-SUP-03. Scott Hammerbacher, our planning director, will provide a presentation.
Yes, sir, and thank you for allowing me to present this before you this evening. So you can see that. We've received a special use permit application from Tab at PE for special use permit to operate a commercial landscaping business on 3.1 acres of land located off Ballard Pruitt Road. Attached here, you can see a site plan of the subject property outlined in purplish color there. The overall parent tract is approximately 42.72 acres. The outlined area in green is the area where the applicant is proposing for the commercial landscaping business. You can see the subject property is all in green in the bottom map there. That represents agricultural residential zone property. From the aerial, you can see it's a mix of residential and low density residential throughout this area. And it does back up to the Beechwood subdivision further to the west there. And along the southern border, which is not being impacted here, there is a riparian buffer you can see there along that southern part of the border, but that's not part of the development proposal being requested this evening. And this is just a zoomed in area. You can see some of the earthworks that occurred here. I believe these aerials are maybe from 2023, showing the subject property from that time frame. So part of the reason we're here this evening is the staff received a complaint back in March of 2023 regarding an unpermitted business. A special permit was applied for on May 24th, 24 to operate and construct a commercial landscaping business. Sorry. Apologize here. The proposed business will have one building, about 5,000 square feet, administrative office and storage area, paved parking, and exterior storage of commercial landscaping equipment. The applicant is required to meet all landscaping buffering requirements set forth in addition to complying with stormwater requirements. Here's where we have a site plan, or basically of the 3.1 acres, showing the driveway entrance. I don't believe you can see my mouse, but you can see the 5,000 square foot building there, various outdoor storage. This is that same site plan depicting the 20-foot perimeter buffer with fencing, and also just shows the various different areas being proposed this evening or being requested, which does include outdoor storage, paved parking, office building, and areas for outdoor storage as well, including vehicles and landscape materials. The subject property is required to meet meet architectural standards. This is a visual rendering of what the front of the building will look like. It is showing a combination of metal and a masonry product along the front, side, and rear facades. The board, should you decide once you've conducted the public hearing, should you decide to approve this development, staff would request that you do that it's in adherence with all UDO requirements, adopted plans, and NC building code requirements. That the applicant secure a NCDOT driveway permit. The applicant receive approval from a North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality for sedimentation and erosion control plan. Subdivision of the parcel of the 3.1 acres from the parent tract, including the dedication of a 20-foot public pedestrian easement recorded prior to the issuance of a zoning permit. Also, we would ask that it be included within any approval that any on-site inert debris reclamation, dumping, or burning shall be prohibited from this site. Happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Okay.
Information about how the hearings will go. First, we're going to get disclosures from the board. I've had conversations with the applicant's attorney about the people who had asked to speak. As the board knows, we sent out a questionnaire for folks who may be interested in presenting evidence. In this case, I'm going to give you their names, and then we will let the all of the information that Mr. Hammerbacher has just presented to the board will be automatically become part of the record, and then the applicant will come forward and make a presentation. After the applicant and their evidence is presented, then the people who have signed up who may be in opposition to the granting of the special use permit, they will be able to present evidence. Any of those folks can ask questions of any witnesses along the way. So I'm going to give that, I will help everyone walk through that as we go through that hearing. So before we open the special permit use hearing, I'm going to start by asking for disclosures from the board. These would be, the two questions that I ask is, have you had any conversations with anybody related to this special use hearing? And if you have, is it going to influence your decision tonight, or have you already made up your mind? I will let I think I will start with, well, let's just go down the line. If you want to start down here. Mr. May?
Council during snow. The only thing he asked when it was going to be back on the agenda, we didn't really talk about it. And then I had to turn around and call him back because I told him it would be last week. And then I do have a video where somebody sent me.
A video? Is that going to impact your ability to hear this case tonight?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I have had no conversations concerning this matter.
All right, so you feel like you can be unbiased in your decision?
Most definitely.
Okay. Ms. Bragg?
I've had no conversation.
Okay. Mr. Bond?
I've had no conversation and I can remain unbiased.
Yep. Mr. Shriver?
I've had a conversation by someone in the community, but I can remain impartial.
Okay. Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I'd like to make two disclosures. The applicant for the special use permit is a client of mine in the private sector. And also, my father-in-law is here tonight to present evidence on the opposing view, Bill Bland. So I, in full disclosure and being ethical to the board and to the people of Franklin County, I don't believe that I can be unbiased in this presentation.
Okay. So the board, we would, and based on my discussions with Mr. Davis in advance of this, it would be my opinion that it would be appropriate for you to let him sit out of this hearing, but we would like the board to vote for that.
I make a motion to allow Commissioner Davis to recuse himself from this issue.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Got one more. Mr. Foy, you have any disclosures to make?
I have had no contact with anybody here, and I can remain impartial and unbiased.
Okay. With that, with those disclosures, do you have any questions about that, Ms. Dutra?
I'm Lori. I don't need to have details of the general nature of what the video was about, or we can have it play-by-play, but, and the general nature for the record.
Okay, so we're gonna, Mr. May, what she's requesting is, can you tell us what was in the video that you saw?
You can see the video if you want.
Or do you want to see the, Ms. Dutra, would you like to see the video? It's on his phone.
I don't think that's different site, I mean,
I think it was a drone video. Is that correct, Mr. May?
Stu, she asked if it was a drone video.
Drone video.
Okay, so it was of just the property.
Yes.
The drone video of the property.
Any,
Someone else, they had a conversation about snow, and that would be.
yeah, he was just given, I think what he reported was that he was just advising someone when the hearing was gonna be.
Thank you very much.
All right, y'all, would you like to know who the speakers are gonna be? who sent in applications for, or rather filled out the questionnaire, is gonna be Richard Val Christensen. Would you raise your hand just so we can, thank you, sir. Mr. Mallard, is it Benjamin Mark Mallard? Is he here? He's here, okay. William Bland, Mr. Bill Bland, okay. Then we have Daryl Lynch. Is Daryl Lynch present? Okay, take your number. All right. Craig Kassan, Craig and Patrice, K-A. Yeah, thank you, appreciate that. Miss Larry Williams. Is Mr. Williams here? Not here? Mr. and Mrs., okay. And then Donald Tick Hudkins. Okay. So those are the ones that have signed up to speak. Was there anybody else that wanted to speak that did not fill out an application? Okay, what's, okay, there is a form over there on the table. Can you go and fill that out, and I'll grab it from you before the hearing is completed. All right, then we guys can make a motion to open the meeting. Hearing, thank you.
Got a motion? Second. Motion second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Now open.
Mr. Hammerbacher, do you have anything else that? Yes, if you wanna, if the board has any questions, we'll let you get sworn in. Yeah.
Okay, Bible, raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
So board, you guys have received the staff report, before the applicant comes forward and presents evidence. Do y'all have any questions for Mr. Hammerbacher?
The property around this property, how is that zoned?
It's zoned, we have the map in front of you there, so you can see the bottom map there is depicting the area in green. It is all zoned agricultural residential. The area below that in the white would be in the town of Franklinton's ETJ.
Okay, so, and this is going to be zoned commercial, this 3
The
acres.
agricultural residential district allows certain uses to be considered as a special use.
So it's not changing the zoning?
No, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Herrenbacher, you mentioned earlier there was a complaint back, I believe, in March of '23. Has
Yes,
there been
sir.
any other complaints you received regarding this property?
We have received numerous complaints of various natures, from cars parking on the road to burning. The most frequent one, I would say, would be on-site burning. We have received from the applicant, he did get a burn permit from the Forest Service for a lot of those, but we did receive complaints nonetheless from adjacent residents.
So it, I'm sorry. So it, but when you were talking about this, there's no burning allowed?
We would suggest as, if, should this board decide to approve this following the hearing this evening, that you consider that as condition of approval.
Okay, even if it's, been approved by the forestry or whatever? They could.
This is certainly within the purview of this board.
Okay, all right.
I had a question. You said they had problems with parking and stuff.
I'm sorry, I didn't get.
Didn't you say you had parking problems along the
We've
road?
had complaints of people parking along
Okay.
Ballard
No.
Road, yes, as well.
Okay. Now, if this process goes in favor of the applicant, can't that be more regulated and controlled?
We could require, yes, sir.
Okay. If,
Had to occur on site.
if he gets granted. Okay. You'll have more control, or the county will.
Well, you'd have to adhere to the special use permit.
Right, you'd have rules.
Approved by this board this evening.
Okay.
So if you want to add another condition of approval, that would be reasonable.
Mhm.
That would be certainly within the board's purview.
Right.
So if the burning continues, what tools does that county have to correct that, or to, what capacity do we have to enforce that and hold someone accountable?
We may have a few, it just depends on the nature of it. One would be, if the board, say, if it was approved this evening, that was conditional approval, say you're in violation of your special use permit. if they were doing it on the residual property, you know, once again, this is 3.1 acres of a approximately 43-acre parcel. If they did not secure appropriate permits from the state Forest Service, they could certainly take action. Depending on the nature of what's being burned, it could fall within the purview of our solid waste ordinance as well.
So we have some recourse, but what does that look like? I mean, you know, I get stopped for speed and I get a ticket 30 days to go to court.
Right.
What happens if this individual, for some reason, continues to burn? What's the process look like for the county to hold accountability to this landowner?
Sure. It would be, you know, if it was a violation of our ordinance, let's say, you know, we deemed it as a third degree reclamation too, that's something that has to be permitted by the state as well. Hopefully they would be a helpful partner in that through NCDEQ. Could issue a notice of violation of stop work order for immediate effect on that. Counselor, am I missing anything? But no, unfortunately, it's probably wouldn't be as expeditious as the neighbors would like.
At some point in time in this hearing, is there going to be information more about what's going to go on this property, like the building itself that you described? And I'm assuming that that's something new that's forthcoming and not already existing on the property.
That's correct.
That's going to come out later on.
Well, I've gone over that, but certainly I revisit that.
I didn't know if the applicant was going to present something, Mr. Abbott was going to. Okay, so I'll just hold questions.
Sounds good.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So with the burning, is the burning not going to be allowed just on the rezone 3 acres and the
That
other
would be,
land?
yes, sir, would apply just to that 3.1 acres, yes, sir.
Okay, so he can still clean up his land and burn the debris according to state regulation.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Your current map shows the purple box, I'll call it, and in that purple box is a green box.
That's correct.
That's the 3.1 acres.
Yes, sir.
So he could just simply move beyond 3.1, beyond that green area and continue to
He
burn.
was clearing that site, you know,
It appears to be already cleared from an aerial perspective. I would assume that the green, the dark green is trees and the light tan is
that'd be
cleared area.
you know, here's a part of the area, there's some landscaping being grown or horticulture or some of those areas as well.
Some plants. Okay.
Any more questions for Mr. Hammerbock? All right.
If there's no questions for Mr. Hammerbacher, then we'll turn it over to the applicant. Ms. Lori Dutra is the attorney for the landowner and is going to present evidence from this point forward. Oh, no, she's an attorney. She would not be sworn in. But we need to swear in each of your witnesses.
I will not be testifying, but
Yeah.
yeah, okay. And that's fine, of course. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Franklin County. My name is Lori Dutra. I'm an attorney. I've been practicing in Oxford for about 35 years now, but it's a pleasure to be down here before you. I usually just to get and see our county commissioners up in Granville, so it's a pleasure. And I am here, and I'm gonna have Mr. Rebuttal tomorrow. Come on down for you. I'm here on behalf of the owner, Tony Rebuttal Zamora, and I will call him Tony throughout, as we all do, for his application, which was filed by the engineers on the project. And tonight with me as well is Chad Abbott, who is the president and principal engineer of C3 Engineering out of Raleigh. You can sit right there. Chad is here. I'm sorry, they're in Creedmoor. Why did I think you were Big City? Okay. And Alan Sutton Jr., who is the appraiser, who'll be speaking to property value, and he is here as well. And they'll be sworn when they come up. We are requesting that they be admitted as experts in this case. I do have their curriculum vitae. I think you have been provided with the appraisal that Mr. Sutton will be speaking to. May I hand these to the clerk for hand to the board? And I think in hearing the staff's presentation, the entire set of plans on this project were submitted as part of the record. Do you know, Madam Attorney, is that correct?
The
The
just
entire, there's a whole
presentation.
set, right?
Yeah, what Mr. Hammerbacher has presented is what's now part of the record.
I will, do you have a full set, Chad, of the plan? Okay. We may, Madam Attorney, we do want the entire submitted record, and I didn't notice, and Mr. Hammerbacher might address it, but it's all of the detail. I think that's helpful to know the extent this project has already been designed to answer any questions that you have, of course, about it. One thing I would say is, and I heard a question earlier about the zoning on the property. Miss Tony owns about a little over 42 acres out there. It's all zoned AR. It's all agriculture residential, as are the properties of everyone, I believe, who's here tonight to speak out there along Ballard Pruitt Road. In your ordinance in section 5.3.7, you allow contractor offices, landscaping businesses as a special use in the AR zone, which means we don't come in asking for a rezoning of the property, but that you hold this quasi-judicial hearing on whether or not this special use permit on this site would be appropriate. And it's very important to remember as the board, and I don't tend to advise you, but I do this a lot, as the board, that you can condition, if you decide to approve it, if it meets the criteria in your ordinance, and there are 5 criteria, which we will be going over, if you decide to approve it, you can condition it with relevant conditions to the issues you see it raises. Your staff, in their staff report, I believe, has indicated, and of course, any state permits required by DWQ, the driveway permit from DOT, any type of permit from the county level to the state level, all have to be complied with. There's no request not to do that. The staff has indicated that they would they would think an appropriate condition is that no commercial industrial burning be on this site, and my client does not object to that. Of course, everywhere in the county, in the rural counties, all of them, if you get a burn permit for your personal burning on your land, that's allowed, because it's only, I think, 4 times a year you're allowed to do that anywhere. But be aware that we are okay with that condition. It is my understanding that Tony intends to invest, once he's up and running there full time, he intends to invest in maybe a wood chipper to reduce the wood branches he might have into mulch to be able to recycle that. So we don't have a problem with that condition, and I think I wanted to state that up front because it sort of came up right before the last hearing. The staff had recommended that. Tony owns the 42 acres. You have the 3.1 here before you, and there is a plat of that in the materials that is of record to my knowledge.
It is.
I think it's been shown by staff, and one of the conditions of the permit, if you choose to permit it, is that he will, of course, record that, and your permit will attach to that should you approve it. The majority of Tony's property is a tree farm. It's mostly treed, and actually between the 3 acres, he continues to own land will continue to own land on either side of that 3-acre piece between this use and anything on this use and the adjoining properties. So he's sort of his own adjoining neighbor there, and positioned this to be able to suit the business and assist in that issue. Also, as staff pointed out, on the site plan for the 3.1 acres is a 20-foot buffer that will be planted and fenced. So it will all be contained in there. And your ordinance requires buffers, and we will comply with every part of your ordinance. Tony owns and operates Amigos Landscaping, which he has operated for quite a few years, and it desires to permanently and fully locate it on this site. There were, when the original complaint came up in 2023, and your staff sent a letter to Mr. Ribelyar Zamora, that's when he began working with the engineers and staff to bring this into compliance. Sometimes it's hard to realize that you have another zoning issue out there when you're kind of just doing the things you normally do on your farm. So he came to me, and we are here tonight to present to you the evidence on this application. We do feel that it meets every criteria. I'm going to ask Mr. Chad Abbott to come and be sworn, and ask that you all permit him as an expert witness in the engineering and the site plan
and he's going to describe all of that to you. We don't need to do it more than once. Come on up, Chad. I'm going to give you my set, in case you want to refer to that.
We'll need to get him sworn in, so if you'll come over
You
here
will
and
need to
get sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you will state your name and address at the podium.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Chad Abbott, and my address is 2537 East Line Station Road, Creedmoor, North Carolina, Suite 102. I am the owner and president of C3 Design and Engineering. I believe you have been provided with a copy of my resume. I've been doing site civil design in Franklin, Granville, and surrounding counties and all through the southeast for about 20 years. Probably done about anywhere from 40 to 50 special use permits probably, such as this. Ms. Dutra has given you a little bit of the history of the project, so is Mr. Hammerbacher, and we do appreciate staff's working with us over the past, you can see, a couple years, soon to be 2 in May. I was not involved the whole time. I was involved at one point when Mr. I'll call him Tony, Mr. Rebuttal, had talked with staff, understood he needed to get a site plan together. Since that time, we have been working with him to help bring his site into compliance such that we could have an end result of appearing here before you tonight. The main things, as Ms. Dutra pointed out, are there are several findings that we are burdened to meet, and the proof of those findings, you will see that through our application, through our design, and my testimony, and of course the appraiser's testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the site plans as I go on, but you should have, as part of the application, our initial application. They received the whole packet of the drawings and everything, I would say. Yeah. And I don't know if you were copied with all the responses, but we've been going back and forth with your planning department. They've been great to work with. Of course, they have received numerous complaints. We've tried to address the ones that were in our wheelhouse, some that are not. I'll speak to the burning real quick. As you are aware, the area, about 3 acres, is in the middle of his property, and was previously covered by operations not allowed in the AR district because they require a special use permit. Staff had issued Mr. Tony several letters to remove trailers, et cetera, have a formal office building, all of which we have worked to design such that he can now implement if this is approved. But the balance of the rest of the property, as part of our design, we designed it such that we would locate his office and this special use in the middle, such that the balance of the property would surround this and help buffer any operations on this commercially permitted property by the rest of his property. So there's a couple 200-300 feet between this proposed use and the nearest neighbors along Ballard Pruitt, except for those across the street. Obviously, the ones across the street are immediately adjacent, but you'll see in our application and our findings that we noted that there are no immediately adjacent owners to the sides or rear of the property except for Mr. Tony himself. As I noted, there's several findings of fact that we are burdened to prove. I will just run through the ones that I can attest to through our site design and working with your staff. I know this may be long and drawn out and boring, but at the same time, it is our burden to prove those items. So the first would be that the use is located, designed, and proposed to be operated so as to maintain the public health, safety, and general welfare. This particular use being proposed in this location is proposed as a landscape contractor's office. No real danger to the public as far as utilities or possible spills or anything. This is strictly if he did not have his trucks parking there and people arriving at his site and leaving, most of what he's doing there would be allowed under the regular ordinance. But because he operates it as a contractor's office where people come there, park their vehicles, get in a work truck and leave, that kind of kicked us into needing the special use permit. Otherwise, his at least what he has told us is that the balance of the property will be operated as a tree farm. He will harvest trees for his business, and they will leave the property, which is allowed under agricultural uses, by right. So, when you think about health, safety, and welfare of the general public, you think about traffic, which we've noted that we will have to, if approved, we will have to then seek a DOT driveway permit for commercial driveway. And so that would be a condition of the approval, if granted, that we obtain that permit. And so, being that the balance of the property has been retained and is not used as the commercial operations, we've done the best we can to protect the public from any adverse impacts they might see, whether it be sight or noise or whatever. That has all been handled by our location and design of the property. That the use or development complies with all required regulations of the Unified Development Ordinance. That's what we've been spending months and months on end with staff back and forth. Stormwater review. From an environmental standpoint, we talked about earlier, when it gets back to the general public health, safety, and welfare, we do have to abide by any subsequent permits after this, such as the NC-DENR permits for erosion control if we disturb more than an acre. I know that there's probably, well, Mr. Tony has disturbed more than that already. And again, you start walking a line between agricultural uses on the balance of the property, same with the burning. You know, you can clear your own property, you can burn on that property as long as as long as you obtain a burn permit and you meet the conditions, being distances from residential houses, et cetera. But what we've proposed on this three acres would not require any more clearing because it's been previously been cleared. So there would be no burning needed for the implementation of this plan. And then the rest of the standards of the ordinance have been met as we work with staff. So that's how we've met that second finding, because we have gotten to this point where staff felt we have addressed all of the regulations of the ordinance. And you'll see by our site plan, and if it's in the record, all of our responses, but we went back and forth with staff, we've gotten to the point where we have met the requirements of your ordinance. Thirdly, that the use or development is located, designed, and proposed to be operated so as to maintain, enhance the value of contiguous property, or that the use is a public necessity. It is not a public necessity, obviously, but we do have another expert witness who can speak specifically to adverse impacts or positive impacts to property values. Again, contiguous, there is nobody directly contiguous to this use, and that's a part of that. The requirement there is that the value of contiguous properties immediately adjacent to these property lines are no other property owners but Mr. Tony himself. And I would say that being that these violations have been ongoing for several years, the use was operating. It was just operating outside of the guise of the ordinance, right? So that's why we're here tonight. So any new implementation will only improve what's already been there as he operated, because he has to bring a lot of things into formal compliance, including a formal parking lot and a formal building, and not just storage trailers for his operations. The fourth thing is the use or development conforms with general plans for the physical development of the county's planning jurisdiction as embodied in this chapter, the Franklin County Comprehensive Development Plan, or other development policies as adopted by the Board of Commissioners. And this, if developed as proposed, it will be consistent with those goals, because obviously it has been allowed in the ordinance that this is a special use allowed in the AR district. And the balance of the property is being maintained as agriculture. It's a pretty low density project. It's not a lot of hard surface in the balance of the property, and all that's built into our stormwater calculations. And fifthly, that the location and arrangement of the use on the site, screening, buffering, landscaping, and pedestrian ways harmonize with adjoining properties. And again, we just come back to the adjoining properties. We did what we could to minimize anybody that would adjoin this property for this specific proposal. And we still have to screen, as you saw on the plan earlier, we still have to provide a buffer and screening to himself that meets the intent and spirit of y'all's ordinance for screening against residential or agriculturally zoned property when you provide a commercial and industrial use in that area. And lastly, that the type, size, intensity of the proposed use, including such considerations as the hours of operation, number of people who are likely to utilize or be attracted to the use, will not have an adverse impact on adjoining properties or the neighborhood. This is not a destination place. This is, again, a contractor's office. So should be pretty low intensity. People come there, they leave in their trucks, and they go. And when it comes to the size of it, I mean, if it's a 5,000 square foot building, I mean, many pole barns in agriculture areas are 50 by 100. So the intensity and size of what's being proposed here is not uncommon for an agriculturally zoned property. I'll be happy to answer any more questions you might have at the appropriate time.
You have one more condition.
Yes, it was on the last page. And the last condition is that the utility, school, fire, police, and other necessary public and private facilities and service will be adequate to handle the proposed use. Well, this use as proposed is very low on any taxing of public services, no public utilities needed, and it's a septic field and a well already on the property. It has a perk site adjacent to it as well, but it's very low on any impacts it would have to Franklin County's taxpayers' dollars when it comes to public services. So again, I'll be happy to answer any additional questions at the appropriate time.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Abbott?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
So what is the timeline for construction of this 5,000 square foot building and the improvements that are required by the zoning code that we have?
I don't have the pocket, but that might have to be something that Mr. Tony would have to respond to. But I know that he's aware of the fact that some of this has been lingering and that he may need to have a condition that it be done in a certain time period. But I can't speak to the time. I know as far as my plans and stuff, it will probably take us another 6 months to maybe just get all the permits. He hasn't submitted for a building permit yet. He's proposed elevations to meet the ordinance, and so you'd have another 6 months, maybe 8, depending on how that goes, to get all your final permits, and then the time to construct. So
would Mr. Tony be operating his business throughout that time, or would he move his operations somewhere until he can be in compliance with the building, the zoning, and the fence, and the shrubbery, and all those things?
that's a good question. Once the special use permit, yes, that's a little, she said, Ms. Dutra said she'd answer that question.
Yeah, it might be a different witness that could testify
Okay.
to that.
Fair enough.
Any other questions? So at this time, any of those that submitted the applications for, or the questionnaires regarding the hearing could ask or answer questions, or ask questions. Yes, but they can ask questions of Mr. Abbott right now. If you can come up to the podium, please. No, Mr. Abbott, you're going to answer
You
questions.
get to stand there.
Just come up where we can get the recording from Miss, just ask your question. Say your name.
Craig Casson.
Okay, Craig, all you're going to do is ask questions. Okay?
My question is, how old is that photo?
It's about the photo on the screen.
How old is the photo on there?
Okay, Mr. Abbott probably doesn't know the answer to that.
Okay, because we live across. Yeah, that's very old. As far as we know, land.
Okay, well, we're not accepting, we'll give you an opportunity to speak. This is just the time to ask questions of Mr. Abbott based on the engineering. So the engineering that he presented today.
I noticed in your packet, on your engineering packet that you have, and you stated previously that you addressed
Okay,
the board.
if you can come up to the podium, state your name, and then ask your question.
My name is Bill Bland. When you were going through your design work there, you made the mention that much of the property has already been cleared. But you're only going to deal with, your design only deals with 1 acre. But you're saying you're not going to clear but more than 1 acre. So
So
knowing that.
ask him the question. Ask him the question.
Why is there no retention ponds on your design?
You can, that's
So-
a question you can
yeah,
answer, correct?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
All right, so our design, the limits of disturbance for our portion of what's proposed on this 3.18 acres has already been cleared. And whether that was done in violation or not, that I'm not I can only speak to what we're proposing. Again, you tiptoe the line, the property's owned AR, somebody, farmers, I grew up in the rural area, farmers and a lot of people clear land, under the guise of farm exempt, and not go through the erosion control permitting at the state because it's covered as agricultural practice now. So I can't speak to whatever's being cleared and how it was cleared, if it was cleared legally or illegally. But the part that we're proposing our development on has already been cleared such that it will not require a retention pond because our stormwater calculations that the county's engineer has reviewed considers the balance of the property and the total intensity of the property to be below the TARPAM threshold.
Did the owner request you to only include 1 acre of land in your scope of work just so that you could avoid having to build a retention pond for all the land that's been cleared?
No, sir. No, sir.
Mr. Abbott, just stay right there. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Abbott? If you can just state your name.
Helmet J was over 45 Ballard Pruitt Road, been there since 1938. I wonder if you were aware that Ballard Pruitt Road is part and parcel of the proposed northern bypass around Franklin.
That would have been something that would have come up through staff review if it was part of a comprehensive plan. I know we've made accommodations for this pedestrian easement through there, which I would imagine would be part of that plan, that comp plan. So we have afforded and agreed to the pedestrian path that would be a part of any future comp plan. But as far as any other improvements, that's all I've been aware of from staff.
Good question. You can come forward and say.
Chick Hudgens, when's the last time and when's you been out there lately when you done your initial drawing? When's the last time you've been out there on the property?
I was at the property probably summer of last year.
Summer of last year?
Yes, sir. And I didn't put that, I didn't put that picture together.
I just listening to you talk, I just want to know when was the last time you've been out there.
Yeah, I visited.
I keep hearing you say something about wastewater and all that. I'm listening to you. I just want to know when the last time you physically went out there, and I'll get to my point when I'm able to talk. So you ain't been out there in about a year, pretty much.
It was about last summer, and I have another gentleman that works for me, Daniel Finn, who helped with the plans. He's been out there.
Okay, but you personally hadn't been out there to see what the conditions of that property is right now?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need.
I'm fully aware of the existing conditions of the piece that we're proposing 3.1 acres on. The rest of the property, the balance of the property is not part of my application. So I have an existing condition sheet that shows the storage trailers. It was a survey that was provided to us. It shows tanks, shed, et cetera, all those items. It's a little bit more developed than what's on the photograph, but that's the existing conditions I'm working.
Can I ask you, does that proposed 3.1 acre go hand in hand with the rest of the property for stormwater? Or are you just thinking you can just hold the stormwater to 3.1 acres? I'm just asking that. I'm not a scientist. I just want you to answer that question.
No, we have provided, and I don't know, do they have a copy of the stormwater review?
I'm just trying to figure out how you can contain stormwater on 3.1. I'm just trying to figure out how.
So the Franklin County ordinance has certain requirements, and we submit our plans to the third-party reviewer, APN, I believe it's APN, right? APN. And they review our calculations. Our calculations that we proposed consider the property as a whole, where all parcels contributing to stormwater.
Right.
Were looked at as a whole.
Only on that 3.1. And you're saying something about a building. I don't even know what you're. But, so you got the impervious and all that figured into all the concrete and all that for the stormwater on 3.1 acres. That's what you're saying.
Well, in stormwater, when we divide a property, it's considered a common plan of development.
I'm gonna build, I understand.
All right. So it's considered a common plan of development. So we take into account the balance of the property. That's approved as one stormwater approval that shows this amount of intensity on this part. The rest of it has to remain with the impervious that's there or as proposed as part of that plan, which none was proposed.
Thank you.
associates.
That's what I was looking for, right after you say none was imposed. Thank you for that information.
I mean, just for the board's sake, any additional development of impervious surfaces on the rest of the property would have to come forward via a permit from the county officials.
Madam Attorney, a point of clarification for Mr. Abbott. Can you give us a month and a year from when you were out there? You said last summer, and I don't want you to be, your testimony to be twisted. Was that summer of '24, summer of '23? Just, I think for clarification, I think that'd be important to.
It was during last summer, when we were developing the plans.
Summer '24.
24, yes, sir.
That's what I'm just getting the clarification. It's okay, because we're just in January, well, now in February,
Yeah.
so.
But
Fair
did
enough.
you have your staff go out there?
I can't testify to when he went. I think he was gonna go out there. I think he went out there a couple times to try to figure out where some things, because some things that were on the survey didn't quite match some of the aerials and current conditions, so he had to go out there and take some pictures of some of the existing screening, the fence, et cetera. So I just can't attest to when he was there.
Because we're not gonna take any more questions, right? And Ms. Dutra, did you have redirect questions for him?
Yes, and I wonder, I know there were some questions about the specifics on the building and how the site will look. Bill, can you just briefly explain that? You mentioned the size.
Yeah, and I don't know if they can go back to the sheet that showed the proposed site plan.
Mr. Hammerbacher, can you assist him?
Just hit that again. All right. Yeah. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, that'll be fine. So as you can see here, we have a formal driveway that would require a permit with DOT. The driveway comes in, turns to the right, establishes connection to some of the existing paths on the property, and then the 5,000 square foot building is in the middle of the property there. There is a retention pond to the rear of this property, not part of any proposed design or plan for stormwater. It existed when we got our survey of the existing conditions of the property. Regarding the elevations, the Franklin County does have specific requirements on the location of the building where storage containers can go. I mean, that's part of what we've been working with staff throughout the past year on how we make this site come into compliance with the Franklin County. On the front, along with a sign, a door, and a couple of windows there.
I have another question if it's
Sure,
appropriate.
you can ask him.
So you mentioned about getting a permit from DOT for this property. Will the applicant be looking to get another permit to have access to the remaining, let's just say 40 acres? Or are they going to access the remaining part of this property through this driveway access?
And to minimize the additional impervious, we've tried to show connections to the existing drives he had within the property through this site. And this would be a commercial driveway application. The balance of the property would completely be subject to requesting a driveway permit from DOT, but I'm not currently working on any.
The reason why I'm asking that is just to confirm or deny that the access to the balance of the property will be through this driveway being proposed, or there will be another driveway later on created for access to the property. So just for
Yeah, I mean, for now, it's through this property, but I mean, I don't think it would be desirable to have a condition that there's no, if, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I wasn't asking a condition, just to keep as much information we can to be clear as far as the overall scope.
Ms. Dutra, Ms. Dutra, can I get you to go? Because they're making a recording, I'm sorry.
Mr. Abbott, with respect to the concern to any stormwater calculations necessary, mitigation of any of that on the 3.1 acres in this project, it's going to have to meet any further requirements of the state and the county on that to the extent it's not been reviewed.
Yeah, all the
I understand you
impervious,
say it's been reviewed.
yeah, we paid the stormwater permit, and I believe they reviewed it before we ever got here. Yeah, okay.
Can staff address that affirmatively? Please.
So Ms. Dutra, are you calling up Mr. Hammerbacher to answer the question?
Yeah, if you could.
I believe it was included in your agenda packet, but we did submit the approval letter from our third-party engineer who reviewed this project for compliance, Department of Code and insurance requirements as mandated by the state. Any new development onto this property, with a disturbance over 20,000 square feet, that's half an acre, would need to comply with those updates or with those regulations going forward outside of what's being proposed today. In terms of the residual property, as long as it's, agriculture or something like that, those are not subject to nutrient requirements or stormwater requirements.
Any other questions by the board? Ms. Dutra, anything else from Mr. Abbott? Okay, you can call your next witness.
We would call Alan Sutton to be sworn.
Mr. Sutton, can you come here to the clerk?
Members of the board, you have in front of you as well the, from Kirkland Appraisals, the appraisal report and the evaluation and comparative study done on this project regarding value. And Mr. Sutton is going to address that. I would ask if you would, Ty, if you would state your qualifications to the board. His curriculum vitae is also in front of you. And we ask that he be admitted as an expert in real estate appraisal.
Address is 3859 Battleground Avenue, Suite 202, Greensboro, 27410. My name is Alan Sutton Jr., nicknamed Ty. I'm a principal with Sutton Shively Appraisals out of Greensboro, and I've been appraising for 30 years. Hold the MAI, which is a commercial designation, the SRA, which is the residential designation, and the AIGRS, which is a review designation from the Appraisal Institute. These designations require significant additional peer review, education requirements, and national testing. I am governed by the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, USPAP, which requires me to be objective, impartial, and independent. I have reviewed the report on the property at 435 Ballard Pruitt Road, Franklinton in Franklin County, North Carolina, which was prepared by Richard Kirkland, MAI with Kirkland Appraisals, LLC. The analysis relies upon accepted appraisal methodologies as well as interviews and research, which are referenced in the report. I accept the conclusions as well supported and reasonable given the data and analysis presented. I concur that the proposed use is in harmony and will not have a negative impact on adjoining property values. If you want to turn to page 21 in the report, that will sum up the conclusion that was prepared by Rich Kirkland. And I'll just read it real quick for you. The proposed use is typical for this type of location as shown by the other comparable uses. There is significant agricultural use and low density residential use in the area, and the outdoor storage is very consistent with agricultural uses and similar equipment. Sale resale analysis of homes near similar uses show no impact on property value. Matched pair analysis of homes near similar uses show no impact on property value. So if you have any questions, I can try to answer them. If not.
Madam Attorney, I have a question.
You talking about your county attorney or Ms. Dutra?
I was addressing you for the permission to address Mr. Sutton and the council if necessary. Mr. Sutton, if you turn to page 9 of your report here, which shows a relatively new built construction home, and I make that indication based on current design and the mere fact there's a porta-john out front, which means it probably has not quite been finished to receive a certificate of occupancy. It appears from that picture and the picture back on page 8 showing it from a different angle, that home is sitting in what I would say would be the north side of this 40-some acres of land. Is that a correct?
It appears so, yes.
And so the tractor trailer sitting there, can you tell me what might be on that tractor trailer? In this picture, what is actually stacked upon that appears to be a flatbed with something on it.
Your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea what it is.
Not your picture, right?
It's not my picture.
All right.
But it's, it looks like from here, just almost hay or wood. I'm not sure.
So your testimony today is that your professional opinion of 30 years is that a home of that magnitude sitting next to the visibility of a lot containing what appears to be in the picture on page 8 at the bottom picture would have no adverse effect on the ability of that home to be sold or its value.
That's correct. There's no impact on value based on being next door to landscaping business. And like I said, if you turn to page 21 or 8, we'll see 19, 18. We have 13, 2 are sale resales, and then the
What
rest
page?
are.
I'm sorry, I missed you.
19, I'm sorry.
19.
Yeah, page 19. The conclusions for the data presented was we have 2 sale resales and 11 paired sales, match paired analysis, showing overall an average plus 3% positive impact, which is negligible in appraisal speak.
Can you speak to the second column there that's labeled location with titles such as Statesville, Morrisville, Huntersville on it?
That's where the data was acquired from.
That data is from places far, far to the west of us, correct?
Well, Statesville and Huntersville, yeah.
What Davison County, Statesville?
Statesville is not as Iredell. I'm not sure.
Iredell County. So none of these comparables noted and referenced in this report are comparables here in Franklin County. Is that?
Don't have any. The report did not provide any local sales resales. It's fairly rural, so there's not too much turnover, but there were not any included in this report.
And these sales and resales are not resales of single-family homes on lots adjacent to properties as described that are being petitioned here tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, they are. The sale resale is a guy comes in, buys a house, the landscaping business is there, he sells the house again.
I see the distance to home, 130 feet. I see that now. Okay, I saw the first column and thought, well, gosh, this business is being sold. So thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Does the board have any other questions for Mr. Sutton? If not, and you can ask questions again after these additional questions. Mr. Sutton, just hang on for just a second. Anyone who has signed up to speak, if you want to ask Mr. Sutton a question, you can, but it has to be related only to about the valuation or the analysis that he has done. Does anybody have any questions for him? And just remind the board your name.
Tick Hud, how many other projects you worked on similar to this?
This is a review report. Or
How many review reports on something similar like this in other areas have you done, whether it be Iredell County or Huntersville, North Carolina, or Charlotte?
For landscaping, this is the first.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the information.
Any other questions? Ms. Dutra, do you have a redirect?
Mr. Sutton, with respect to your testimony and some of the interest of the board, in presenting and reviewing these kinds of reports for these kinds of hearings, is it generally accepted in the standard to at least comparable other projects and their impact on the values of homes to compare them in an analysis? And why is that, if you could explain?
Because even though you might be out of a different county, it's gonna say, okay, well, if we have a house right next to it and a house that's not next to it, you're still gonna find, even in that place, that if there was gonna be an impacted value, that house that was right next door to it that sold might sell for a lot less or might sell for a lot more, and if it was a lot less, it would show. And then you can extrapolate that to here.
And did this review and this study, this appraisal done in your review of it, indicate that in some of these places where similar use was, that you all did match studies of houses that were near and houses were far and still saw no difference when the use came into
Correct,
place?
there was no impact on value.
Okay. And is that part of your summary or part of the summary in the report?
It is.
And was that part of your review of the summary in your expertise?
Yes.
And do you still advise this board and testify that the impact of this use built out on this site as it's designed will have negligible and will maintain the values of the surrounding property?
Correct.
All right.
Here. Hang on.
Would you testify to this board on a scale that we're dealing with in Franklin County? This is the first time you've done this.
This is the first time I have reviewed a report for,
Anything type like this?
oh, no, I've done.
Oh, you've done the types, but this is the first time you reviewed it for this one.
For specific landscaping for this one, yes.
For this one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, if there's no other, does the board have any questions for Mr. Sutton? Okay, that'll be it. Ms. Schuster, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Madam Clerk, but I certainly can ask, if before we have the other parties on, if there are questions of the owner, perhaps that would be helpful. The site plan has been testified to, the values have been testified to, but I think there may be some questions about the site itself. And I know I did hear a board member have a question about like what happens after this, and I could certainly address that and have Mr. Robillard do that.
Let's get him sworn in.
Okay, if you would only be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Stanislao Regular Zamora, and everybody call me Tony because my name is kind of long, But I own the property 435 Bulletproof, and I just wanted, to fix, whatever we have to do on Franklin County or the regulation or, so whatever. I told Ms. Dory about the conditioners. I can agree if anybody, from that street wanted some condition, I can agree to respect, the decision, so that's it.
So, hang on. Did the board have any questions for, this is the property owner. Does the board have any questions for him directly?
I have one. Mr. Tony, so I don't know if you have a copy of this in front of you, but I'm going to refer back to page 8, which was the same page that if you would show him that I had asked Mr. Sutton about. So in that picture, you made a statement earlier in your testimony that you would want to do whatever it is to get in compliance and to be everybody to be happy. When you look at picture number 8 and then you flip over to picture number 9, you can see all of these things that you have on your property are now kind of things that other property owners get to look at, realizing that maybe all of those possessions are not ideally something other people may want to see when they look out of their home. Do you have any intentions to clean that up or make that go away, or plant some trees or something to be a better neighbor here in regards to that? Do you have a
Yes.
bigger plan to move it to the back of the property maybe? I don't know. Something there where it would not be as,
And I don't mean to add, but can I clarify, this is not a picture of his property. This is a comparable that the appraiser showed, showing what the building of that landscaping business.
okay.
affected
So
how
this
the-
is not your property. I'm sorry.
Yeah, But I would say,
That's,
I mean, I think you
thank
can
you.
say you have
Everything I just asked
instructions.
is probably not valid.
Yeah.
But
the question's
unfortunately-
relevant, but just
Yeah,
not the picture.
so I would ask you this though. I would ask to you if there are other things, because I mean, I can look at an aerial picture that was there earlier and it shows there's some other things around the farm, I'll call it, piece of it.
Yeah.
And wanting to be a good neighbor, do you have any intentions of also improving that area of your farm so that
Yeah.
it's not, so maybe unsightly? And I've never been by your place. I've never been down that section of Ballot Fruit Road, so I have no knowledge of what it would make like.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that I wanna, that I hired Mr. Chad to do me outside plan with the building, because I wanna try to hide, the storage try to hide behind the building, so that way I keep everything organized, on the right spot, so it looks nicely if you driving on the street, so. And then, of course, I got trees around, so really, I mean, I don't see, on my opinion, I mean, I don't see really, if you driving on that street, I mean, you look at my property, I mean, you don't see a lot of trash everywhere. I try to keep everything around my trucks. I park it on line, so whenever we leave and we come back, same spot.
Okay.
But,
One other question for you. It seems to be, and I have no knowledge of this other than what's been shared here tonight, that there's been several complaints and concerns about burning on your property. Do you have any intentions to no longer burn on your property? Or do you have?
yes, I mean, if I know, some people, got disease, the breathing problem, and I know the smoke, it make them issue or problem. So if I mean, I'm agree that I stop doing the burning. My intention is, buy a big, a cheaper top grinder, and maybe, whenever I clear more area in the future, maybe don't burn it, just grind it, make into mulch or topsoil, that way, I
Or
stop.
possibly haul it away, have
Yeah,
it hauled away,
yeah.
load it up and haul it. All right, that's the only questions that I have at this time.
Hold on.
So the fence isn't up around the 3 acres yet, right?
No, only in the front. I got only on
There
the
is
by
a
the
fence
street.
in the
Yeah,
front?
it's a 8-foot fence with the blanket,
So
green
you
color.
really can't see onto the
Nah,
property from the
really, you
road?
cannot see only on the gate. Wherever I got the
Where the
gate
gate is.
entrance. If it's open, yeah, you can see. But
But
when
you
I
can't
close,
see
yeah,
the property.
yeah.
But so is the fence gonna go all the way around it, or is it just on the front?
Just in the front.
Just on the front?
Yeah.
No.
I got trees. Tall
Well,
trees.
your property is on the other 3 sides anyway, right?
Yeah.
your property.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I'm gonna save other questions, have questions for the owner at a later time, so that we can give you all an opportunity to go ahead and present your evidence, if that's okay.
Clarify, for the plan, what will be built there, so address those questions so that it's clear.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Would you mind, she'd asked about, was there gonna be just a fence at the front?
Yeah, I mean, and that's Chad Abbott, C3 Design. That's the landscaping plan right there. And if you look, there's a detail for the fence in the full set of drawings. And there's also a note showing you that the existing, I think it's on sheet C1.4, it's the existing 8-foot fence to be coated in the field or replaced by a minimum 6-foot high black vinyl chain link fence. with slats to be provided, where screening from existing landscaping is insufficient. And it is just on the frontage of the property. The landscaping buffer is required around the perimeter of the 3 acres that buffers his own property, but no fences along the perimeter because that is not visible from the public because it's along the street.
But the slats aren't on the fence right now.
But right now, there's a fabric, I think, on the fence, but
fabric.
it has to be replaced. It wasn't allowed by ordinance. Correct.
So, Ms. Dutra, you had asked that those plans be given to the board, is that right?
I guess I just wasn't clear from the every page was part of the record.
It
All that
is.
detail is part of it.
Yeah, it is. It's in the, it's not, it wasn't, it was included in their packet.
That I'm fine.
All right, is that all the evidence that you have, Ms. Dutra?
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna call, unless the board wants to take a break or do something like that, then I'm gonna call up each person who filled out a questionnaire. I just want to remind the board, I do know that some of the evidence that may be presented or testimony that you're gonna hear is gonna be related to value or vehicular traffic. And I just wanted to remind the board that under 160D 1402, which is regarding these types of hearings for the board, that evidence, that the statute specifically says that they need experts for values and vehicular traffic in order for it to be considered competent or substantial evidence. So they can testify to it, but just remember that unless they have an expert on those 2 things, then it's not considered competent or substantial evidence.
It can't be hearsay.
They can, if you allow them to testify that, they can. I just am reminding you that when you're weighing the evidence, the statute says that they need experts for those 2 types of things, okay? All right, so I'm gonna call up Mr. Richard Val Christensen, if you'll come and get sworn in. And then,
Thank you for allowing us.
Mr. Christensen, I need you
Oh,
to come
sorry.
get sworn in first.
Richard Val Christensen.
Come this way. But to get you sworn in. Yes, yes, sir.
Probably say, I'm gonna have to wait, raise the break.
Up there.
That won't do it, it takes that, do good stuff.
I guess you can tell I'm not involved with this very much. I appreciate being given the opportunity to participate in this.
Name and address, please.
My name is Richard Val Christensen, and I live at 620 Beechwood Road in Franklinton. It is one of the properties at the very back end of this property in question. One of the things that we have noticed with regard to the property is actually the noise. I'm not an audio expert, as she explained, but I do know when something bothers me and it's noisy. I expect with the revelation that they plan on bringing in a mulching machine, that noise will continue. What I've heard has been large equipment. It appears to be track equipment, not rubber tires. And so I hear the squealing. So that if it is within the bounds of the board, that there be some sort of restrictions on how much or how often that takes place. And I'm not an expert on property values either, but if I came to a house that was for sale and heard that going on, I'd turn around and walk away. Another problem or issue, if could you bring this to I think it's a couple of pages down, the other picture of the property.
Can you all hear
This
Mr.
one.
Christensen? Okay.
Is that the property back here, sir?
Yes, you can see my property is on the lower left, going across the lake. As it turns out, in our neighborhood, it isn't the homeowners association that owns the lakes, it's the property owners who own it. Now, can you show this one? Thank you. The previous picture that you saw of the property was taken a few years ago. This is almost current. And you can see that it has increased in clearing since then. The property was begun clearing in about 2017, and each year it has continued to be more and more over the years. That little notch you see going out there is the beginning of probably the lowest part of the property, and that drains basically into a very small stream or wash that goes into that lake. The more that property is cleared, and I expect in order for this business to continue, they're going to have to grow at least by inflation to survive, that they'll continue to cut trees. If it is within the board's bounds, I would appreciate that a retention pond be placed back there to catch the water that comes out of there, the surface water. In addition, it would be my preference that something be planted where trees are cleared. Probably grass, and it would be in the benefit of the owner to then plant trees so that in the future he may have trees, more trees to cut. I'm not against businesses. I'm not against him having a business there. There have just been a few things that are concerning for the future. And that's really all that I have to say, and I thank you for letting me talk.
Mr. Mallard? Come over here first. Yes, sir. Okay.
I'm Mark Mallard. I live at 353 Ballard Pruitt Road. Tony is my next door neighbor. I've got so many concerns, I don't know which ones to cover first. I think they've got a retaining pond there now. There's never been a permit pulled for it that I'm aware of. Don't think the inspectors have been down there for any reason. We share a creek. We actually share 2 creeks, run right past my property. I see nothing to protect that creek. The noise that's coming from that place down there, the gentleman had spoke about, is unheard of. I have called the EPA, I've called the fire department, I've knocked on his door and called him and asked him to please stop burning. 2 weeks ago, they were burning down there. He's not slowed down. He did slow down when they got on him one time, and it went about 3 months, and right back to burning. I don't believe the man can follow the code. I do believe, and I have actual facts, that he has already reduced my property value next to his. We had, y'all did the tax on my property. I got an offer from a legitimate offer. It was so far below it, and part of the reason they told us was because of the construction going on next door. And I feel like he is telling everybody he's in the landscaping business. He's not. He's clearing lots in Raleigh, Wake Forest, everywhere, and they're bringing tractor trailer loads of debris in there. They're burning who knows what. I've got pictures. We've got drone pictures of them burning. The 4 times a year you can burn on a farm. I've done my homework. You're supposed to be able to burn anything you bring off of that property. Not supposed to be able to bring it in commercial tractor trailers and burn it at that point. I'm also concerned about our well. My water is right, my property is right next to his, and I'm concerned about fertilizers, who knows what kind of chemicals they're using down there. I'm also concerned about all his tractors, his trailers, his trucks. He's got track hose. He's got a lot of equipment on his property. And if we give him a special use permit, he's gonna be washing them down there, and I'm gonna be worried about the water coming off the leak. What kind of antifreeze, hydraulic fluid, just all of that stuff. We've got our roads right now are muddy. You go down and look at them right now. We've got tracks coming out, showing everywhere. His pictures are extremely old. They've gone in and pushed all the trees off of it. Maybe not all of them, most of them. Just got no topsoil. It's got, I don't know what happened to the topsoil, but it's not there either. Now it's just raw dirt. I'm also concerned, I've lived there since 1988. We've been able to walk down our road without worrying about getting hit in the head with a dump truck looking like an octopus coming down the road, limbs hanging out. He'll ride by and have one strap across the top of an 18-wheeler and no torch, no coverage. No tail lights on his truck. I've called DOT, I've called the EPA, I've called the fire marshal, forestry service. I've called Durham, EPA. I have not got any response. And I went to him and asked him to please quit burning. I know that EPA had told him that he could only burn 4 times a year, and that's blowing out the water. He's burning 4 times a month. The noise that's coming down there is unbelievable. And again, our well water, I'm concerned. A lot of debris that they're burning. I don't know where it comes from, but I've got pictures of commercial trucks, not his trucks, other trucks, bringing debris in, and they burn.
Do you have any of those pictures?
You got them on my phone. I didn't know that we could put this delivery together. There's several that would have. I've also got a petition of 38 people that live on Battlefield Road that don't want this to happen. Everybody I talk to, first thing out of their mouth is they don't believe he's not going to stop burning. They don't like the traffic. We live on this open road. There's no traffic on this road. Our kids have been playing in the road, horseback riding down there all over the place. And I've had people say now that when you go to pull out in the driveway, they see one of his trucks coming, they'll back up away from the road because they're afraid something's going to fly off. I got about 300 foot of road frontage on my property. I pick up 2 5-gallon buckets of trash every week in such a closet. I didn't have that problem before. It's the traffic that we've got coming down there. But I think that covers it.
I've got a question.
Sure.
Do you know what type of material is being burned? Is it just brush or is it building material?
I've been told that there's some building material being burnt down there by one of the truck drivers. He's not here to speak for us, but he has told us that they're pretty much burning whatever you burn. He's worked something out with them. The fellow that I talked to wouldn't go into detail of it because he didn't want to have his finger pointed at it.
Mm-hmm.
But you call Franklinton Fire Department, commissioners, fire department, all of them have had hundreds of calls. I got up in the middle of the night thinking my house was on fire. Back in spring when we had the windows open, my wife had breathing troubles, and I got up in the middle of the night 3 occasions that I could think of. And it was so smoky in my house, I thought something was on fire. Then I got 50 acres of woods behind me right next to me. I go outside when I decide it's not my house, it's burning. And I can't tell whether it's my woods or his. I wound up having to go down there at least a dozen times to make sure that it's not my woods that are burning. He's been a nuisance. And I've lived there this long, I've never had complaints with neighbors, never had any issues with neighbors. We always, in fact, that's the reason I went to him. I felt like we could talk this over. But now I've come to the conclusion, there is no talking. He's gonna do it his way. And I decided that Franklin County wasn't gonna help. I called until the fire department told me, don't call back. I'm worried with mud.
All from me.
All right.
I appreciate anything y'all can do for us, but it's definitely a nuisance. And I appreciate what y'all do, Franklin County. Y'all done a great job. I've not had to come up here and try.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna call Mr. William Bland, if you're forward to get sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You will state your name and address.
My name is Bill Bland. I live at 630 Beechwood Road in Franklin. And my property is, adjoins the rear of his property. My neighbor is out. And we are on Beechwood Lake, which is the low point coming from Battle Pruitt, General Slope, all the way down to our lake. I have a few questions that I'd like to ask.
I'm sorry, say that again?
A few questions I'd like to ask the owner.
The owner? Okay, you want to testify first and then we'll call him back up to let you ask him questions? Or would you like to, is that,
I think asking questions.
Ms. Dutra, are you okay with that? Okay. So, Mr. Tony, if you can step back up, because we're recording it, you have to stand up. Okay.
Okay, it sounds like, I'll ask the question. Does the company intend to import debris from its field crews and/or the general public?
Nah. Some of the Mr. I forgot his name.
Mallard.
Mallard, he was through, but, I got all records. I can, send you the landfill fee that I've been paying all the time. And sometimes whenever the landfill are closed, we bring it back to to my lot. The next day we go back. Sometimes we store it because the landfill are so closed or wet, but sometimes we take it back slowly, sometimes slowly. But,
You mentioned earlier that you had plans to have a chipper and a tub grinder.
Yes, yes, I do.
So, do you grind your own debris?
I'm thinking to grind my own degrees on the job site, that's my intention, but the top grinder, they are expensive machine, they cost $500,000, it's not like $50,000 machine,
Right.
Grind, that's why it takes me a little longer to get to that point,
Do you gonna do tub grinding at the site? Back in the
No.
43 acres? Are you gonna try to make mulch?
the rule, my rule to buy one is to, you know, when I clear a lot, do it on the side, you know, side on, you know, wherever I'm working for, you know, but I mean, maybe if I clear on the future, because, you know, I mean, it's a farm, I mean, I made a tree farm, a lot. Whenever I buy this lot, I went to the agriculture office and asked permission, and they give me a farm number because I told them that that I'm gonna grow my own trees to do landscaping. So that's my intention to do it in the future. You know, clear it slowly. How the rule are. You clear a half acre, grow grass. You know, that's how I've been done all these 6 years. Clear a small area, grow grass. You know, and then some areas I plant trees already. I mean, you can see I got a bunch of trees that I planted, and already I've been harvested, you know, to plant it to the public, you know, areas everywhere. So,
Well, does the company have any plans to have a retail operation at this location? In other words, customers coming in buying those trees?
no,
Or shrubs or plants?
nothing like that. Just to storage, you know, and grow my own things to take it on my own to the job site, but nothing to sell trees or sell more. So, you know.
Is there any intention of having any heavy equipment in operation at the site? Moving heavy trees around, moving mulch?
Well, you know, I keep my, my equipment right there. You know, I keep my own equipment. I wash it, you know, sometimes I pressure wash it because they dirty. And, but yeah, I mean, I want to store, you know, my equipment on the site plan if the board, you know, approve, you know, my permit, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
So I think it's pretty evident that this operation's been going on for a while. And when you look at that picture and you see the area, that 3 acres that's getting this special hearing about, and you look at what's been cleared, and it's been stated that it's obvious that there have been several violations of the law over the years, and the county has not been able to do anything about it, no fines. They just continue in violation of county and state laws. And you asked the question, Mr. Shriver, what is the ramifications, editing there, of if it continues, the burning? My concern will be if there's a chipper or a grinder that's going to be having to grind material that the gentleman mentioned that he sees and witnesses and has pictures of it being brought to the site. Why would he's generating waste on the site by illegally clearing? And so why would there be trucks coming in? It's obvious that he's got a landfill operation going on and he's burning. Now, he's in the landscape business. So yeah, it makes sense, because if you look at other landscapers that have this type of operation, they have chippers and they have grinders, tub grinders. Have you seen a tub grinder? It is a very huge machine and it is very loud. And they produce their own mulch. I envision that being set up back here on the back of that lot at some point in time, and there won't be anything anybody can do about it. There's no provision for fines, I suppose. That doesn't make sense from the government to me. But I find it hard to believe, I can't hardly believe that as much land has been illegally cleared that the county planning would even allow the site plans that have been submitted to the county for approval based on that 1 acre of where the building's going. Full well knowing that he's been in violation and breaking the law for several years, and there is no retention pond whatsoever in the new plans. I'm a builder, I'm a commercial builder, and I have to put these ponds in on every single job. I have to go through the state, I have to wait a year. It takes a year for me to be able to construct a project because I've got to follow the law and I've got to do it the right way. This has been carrying on for years and there's nothing been done about it. If I do that, they come and take my license away. I hate to see the fertilizer, you mentioned the hydraulic, gasoline, whatever, with no retention pond whatsoever. That thing ought to have a retention pond 3 times the size of this building, or this footprint right here. And to allow it to go right on through planning and not have a retention pond there, it's just, I never thought I would have seen it happen. Do you guys have any questions for me? Thank you. One other thing. In respect to the, I would like to request that the owner's testimony that he is no longer, he is not going to import any field. This will be conditions to the special if you elect to approve. That the company will not import debris from either any of his construction sites or his customers. That, and I believe it's already a condition of the 3A. No burning on site. No chippers or tub grinding on site. And that the owner mentioned under oath, he has no intention of having a real retail operation. All these things, I believe, under oath, has said that he would not do, and I would ask that the commissioners make that a condition. These things excluded from the special use if you decide to approve it. Thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Kaysen, did I say your name correctly? Kaysen?
The evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and nothing but the truth. You can just state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Patrice Casson. I'm at 456 Ballard Pruitt Road, right across from the landscaping business. I honestly wanted to come here and find out what this was all about. Since we saw the signs, I wasn't too familiar what the special use permit was going to be. So my concern, unfortunately, isn't necessarily with that portion of it because it's been very well presented. My concern is, like many others, the burning. It's horrible. When you have, the smoke doesn't care where you live. It's going to go where the wind blows it. With your windows closed, it's coming in my vents. So my whole house smells like smoke. Bothers my dogs. Noise, even though I'm right across the street, sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's not so bad. I work from home, so I'm there constantly. Most of the time, it's not horrible. Sometimes the guys are working late at night, banging on things, trying to fix them. my husband gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning, so at, 10, 11 o'clock at night, when I'm hearing banging, it's not that helpful. I appreciate anybody that gets a business going. I don't want to impede anybody's work or their livelihood. But I think with the burning, the runoff from all the trees being taken down, the dust is horrible when the truck's going in. I do see large trucks coming in, constantly dropping off debris. Sometimes it's more like a logging business than a landscape business. I worked for a landscaper in Florida for a couple of years, and I've been in the nursery business for years. I see logging trucks coming in, not landscaping crews going out to mow the lawns, weed eat, hedge, etc. I do see occasionally a truck will go out with a couple of trees on it, but that is rare. If you have any questions, I mean, that was my biggest concern, is the burning. It's been horrible. Not so bad lately, but boy, it was rough. I have to go back in the house and put a mask on so I can walk my dogs around my property. It's difficult. I have asthma. It's a health issue for me in a really big way. So I appreciate your patience. Any questions for me? All right, thank you.
Mr. Callen or Miss Lanier? Leaner?
Hello. I'm new to community. I'm only here a few years, 4 years.
Could you state your name and
Jim,
address?
Jim Callen, 342 Ballard Pruitt Road. I'm home all the time, 24 hours a day. I see tractor trailers come down with loads of logs, all kinds of debris, just like Mr. Mallard testified, that it's not safe. I find logs on my front lawn, they fall off. I take them, I just throw them away. Besides that, I smell the smoke, and I'm pointing out that the owner has been violating the law for however many years. I've been here 4 years, he's been violating the law for 4 years. Now you're gonna give him a permit. Who's gonna say that he's gonna follow the law now? He's just gonna continue doing what he does and destroying people's lives. The other guy gave a report saying on appraisals, he's an expert, but it seems to me the report, he didn't even know that the property in the photo is not the property in question. How much of that report is just fabricated? I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna not say your name right, but Mr. Hudkins.
Ms. McRae,
Yes, sir.
after his testimony, can we all take about a 10-minute recess?
That's your call, sir. I'm with you. Do you want to take it now?
No, let's let him do this.
You swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth and nothing but the truth? You will state your name and address.
Chick Hudgens, and I reside at 632 Ballard Pruitt Road, Frankfurt. I filed the first complaint against, I guess his name's Tony here. First time I ever seen him in my life. With Franklin County. To Mr. Young. Mr. Young emailed me back from zoning with these words. Mr. Hudgens, thank you for providing the photos and aerial footage we have begun our process of notifying the property owner that they are in violations of several articles of Franklin County Unified Development Ordinance. We have also turned some of the information over to the North Carolina Environmental Quality for them to investigate possible violations at the state level regarding the land clearing and erosion control. This was in February the 22nd, 2023. I have since contacted Mr. Young by email, legal email, because I like to do everything when you're dealing with something like this. If I talk to someone on the phone, I want to email. It's a good trace of records, you know. To this day, I haven't had Mr. Young reply back to me yet on what's going to be done down there for him doing what he's been doing up until just a couple of days ago. He has gone from so much burning during the day to burning at night. Everything that I'm going to testify in here to y'all now, I can prove if you'll let me get on the phone and throw it up to that monitor right there. Because I'm the one that made the initial complaint with this county, so I've got hundreds of videos. I got videos of Mr. Tony's property when he can dig a hole and push construction debris inside. I got videos of him burning at nighttime. I got videos of him burning not too long at night, because now, since he's got this special use permit in the workings with Franklin County, although zoning in Franklin County hasn't done anything for us to help us on Ballardport Road. You heard Mr. Bland say that a while ago. That picture right there, I would challenge everyone, including his design team, the other person, everybody testified, his attorney, to come down there and visit 435 Ballardport Road before you even think about making a decision. Give us a fair chance to see what I'm trying to fix and to tell you right now. That picture right there, he don't have hardly no woods left on his property, all the way to Beechwood subdivision. I've got videos of it. You need to see it for yourself. So what do? We can't get nothing done at Franklin County. Can't even get an email back when they know he's in violation. Because like we're saying, like Mr. Mallard said, just like Mr. Blanche has said, who's going to enforce what he's doing now? I could care less about what his special use permit is. I ain't even looked at it. I'm more concerned with what's been going on since the last 3 years that I can't get nothing done about. I'm not upset. I'm not mad. Who do we go to? I got a gentleman here that ain't done nothing but turn our road upside down. We got elder people that walk every day that don't walk no more. We got kids used to ride their bicycles in the streets that don't do that no more. We got people on four-wheel. We got horseback riding. He bought into the same thing we bought into down at Ballardport Road, and that was agriculture and residential. He's got no desire to ever build anything in our neighborhood. He come down there and cause a chaos. Not so much to us, but the wildlife is gone now for his property. 40-some acres declared is a lot of land. And he can bring all these testimony of these people that designed 3.1 acres. No, you need to come down there and see what we're dealing with. The erosion is against the law, state and federal. I'll get to them people I'm talking to now, and y'all will get a letter from them, or they're coming to Franklin County. I can promise you that. Because we got people now that's in the process of an investigation about the same time that he filed for a special use permit. It just corresponds with what we had going on for the last couple of years with EPA, quality control. It's just so many organizations we're dealing with right now. Because you can't just deal with one. If you got a problem like we're having on Ballardport Road, you got to start at several levels before the EPA comes in. You got to start with State Division of Water and Waste Management. Her name is Amanda Thompson. You go over from that area right there, and you go to the Division of Water Resources. That's Timothy Clark. He's coming down soon to this gentleman's property because what they do up there, when you complain about erosion and the illegal on a federal and state level, how much lumber he's cut off his property, he's cut just about all of it off. So there's erosion. What they can do is they can pull up area views in lifetime. I talked to one today. He can look on his property and see what happened today, yesterday, and last week, and you need to see them photos. See, you don't hurt him, you don't hurt his engineer over here to design what he can get, all that. This gentleman right here testified, he ain't been over there in a year. You heard that. I challenge y'all to come down there and see what we're having to deal with. He's talking about buying a grinder, $500,000 grinder. But he also said that he wasn't gonna bring no more debris in there. Well, what do you need a grinder out there for? He's not gonna follow any rules and regulations. You've heard it from not me, just him, Mark, everybody can come up here and it can go deeper than what I can say in real time. But we're saddened by it. He didn't buy land like we did out there. I built my home out there. I bought that piece of property when I was 17 years old. I've been on that road 40-some years. He didn't come down there to build a house. He come down there to destroy our environment, and that's what he's doing. Water management told me today that they're coming down here to check his operation out because this is a fact. I don't care how many people that his attorney can bring in here. He can bring in here his design, zoning, and all that. What I'm guaranteed today is, on a phone call, is that no one can testify that Mark Miller's well won't get contaminated. The people on Oak Forest, these people are told this. I'm told this. If you give him a permit to build anything over there, it's against our health and the people that live with this, because contamination cannot be stopped from getting in that way. They're only getting permit for 3.1 acres. When you put that building up and you pour that much concrete, that 3.1 acre is going to turn into 8 or 10 acres on runoff. It's nothing they can do about it. And we're worried about the well water. We're worried about him. He's not going to follow any rules and regulations. When the county did get on him, when Mr. Young sent someone out there for 2 months, you know how I know he done it for 2 months? Because I followed him. I had people follow him. He dumped his debris and stuff out here where it's designated for construction debris out here in Franklin and Old Hill number 1. He waited till it cooled down. Instead of me calling the county, I just let it go. I let it go so I could get more evidence on him and the other homeowners proving what he was doing illegal for so long until we couldn't deal with it no more. And it just happened to fall in to the point that he's trying to get a special use permit when we're trying to shut down what he's doing now. It's got nothing to do with what he's wanting to do. We don't want what he's got going on down there now going on. It ain't done nothing but cause people not to enjoy their life. Older folks, please put all this in consideration. This man will tell you one thing and do another. And one of the main things I can say here, and I can't testify to this enough, but I can say it to be a fact. You allow him to do something, you can't do nothing about it if he does otherwise. You can sanction him, you can do this, that, and other. Tell me who's gonna stop him now. We ain't got nobody on state level. He burned one more match down and set one down. We got somebody coming out of Raleigh because we got in touch with the right person this week about that, because Franklin County can't do nothing. Fire department got tired of hearing calls. But we got the right person now. I'm gonna keep that to myself, but we got somebody that's gonna shut him down. He's strike one more match over there. But what I'm saying here to every one of y'all, and I bet if you allow him to do anything, he's not gonna honor it. This attorney coming here, she's paid to do that, to tell you anything. Tell us that we're the ones that live there. We live there. And he ain't done nothing to turn our life upside down, I promise you that. I ain't never had to come here. We've let subdivisions come in on that property over there. No one has ever fought any of that. We're full of growth. I'm full of prosperity. I'm full of his business, but not the way he's doing it. And he's not gonna do it like it should be done. Mark Mallard has worked with him for the last 2 years trying to get him to just do something over there to make it where we can all get along with it. Well, like I said, I ain't never met him. I know his business because I follow his business. And what he's done is very illegal on that property. And I'm like, Mr. Blank told that, I can't see how anybody from the zoning, development and all that can give him or give you regulations and all that in that when you ain't been out to his property and see the violations he's in. Where does it stop at? How do y'all issue regulations and write all this up when he's violating every law you can think of on federal level laws and state laws? How come the job on your end, if you with development in Franklin County, don't know that this land's about 90% prison, no trees? How did you not know that? Because you ain't been down there. You ain't been down there.
So,
He has hardly no trees left.
speak to the board,
I mean,
please.
he has no trees left. That picture, right, you see all that green up there that you see right there? There's a little bit in that right corner, all this going on the left corner where the creek is, and he's got a donut just like that, and the rest of it is raw land. That is a state and federal offense. Because you can't cut that much timber and not sow the grass or something to hold that dirt. So everything's going into the creeks and Beechwood Pond. That's a fact. I don't even know if Mr. Blanch's seen the cut is over there that I've seen, because I fly my drone. I got drone pictures. Hundreds. You want them daily, weekly? I have took. So when I get to the point where if we have to go to court with this, or anything we have to do, we're going. It ain't gonna happen. And it's gonna be pretty simple. He's in violation. He's in violation of this county's ordinance in zoning. This county. What are y'all gonna do about that, y'all are the commissioners? Tell me what can y'all do about his wrongdoing now on his property? What can you do? What can you do to help us? He's in violation.
So they can't answer that question.
I just want some help. We need help. We need help. That's all I'm asking, is some help. And I strongly pray that y'all to deny what's going on. If you give him more, he can't abide by what he's doing. And what he's doing is not right. He can pay lawyers, he can pay these designers, he can pay. When it's all said and done, and you say, okay, we're gonna give it to him, we're left holding the bag, we got it now, with no help. None, no help whatsoever. Please listen to this. We got no help. He don't care. If he cared, he'd move his family and build my house. He's not gonna ever live over it. He's destroying the environment on our road. He has stripped that land of all the topsoil. Before you make any decision, go to 435 and walk around it, you are being shot. You are being shot. You wouldn't want it beside your house. You wouldn't want them trucks driving and being on both sides of the roads with no lights all over where people can't enjoy a walk in the evening. That's how bad it is. I'm not exaggerating. You allow me, I don't have no evidence. You say everything's got the evidence for the lawyer. I'll upload you so many videos and pictures of how many trucks going in there, what they coming there. You just tell me what I can do to help you make a better decision before you make a bad. Because that's the proof I got. That's what we here to offer. Not just come in here saying it. We can prove it. The guy does not care about the residents on Violet Pruitt Road. He cares about himself. That's all I gotta say. I just ask y'all to please tonight. You wouldn't want it in your neighborhood. We welcome horses, cattle, homes. He got that land on there, put it in a subdivision. You won't see me down here fussing about it. Grinders, he talking about that noise. The last gentleman was nice about the noise. The noise, he's got ways running in my night. I come from a casino because I'm a professional gambler outside me, being a contractor. 2 o'clock in the morning, they're out on the back of the land running equipment. 2 a.m. Got that video too. Okay? That's who he is. And I don't mean that ugly. I'm here to talk the fact. He's a nuisance. He don't care about it. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Yeah. I'm down at, 632 Ballaport Road. And my property, to give you a better answer, is my property's got the first culvert, which is the first large one coming from his property. No, but his runoff joins his. I just want, can I testify to this? One of my main concerns up and above what he's got going on is, I have the biggest culvert before you get to the loop down there. Any waste coming from a mile down the road comes across my house, pasture into my spring. Then that spring feeds a creek that wildlife use, and that wildlife goes into the back of Sean Jernigan's farm with his cows. That smoke over there is damaging to cows. Sean has 40-some cows over there. Every time that guy burns, do you have problems with your cows over there? We don't want it. Runoff from his farm, his land, goes to the culvert. Culvert is wastewater. The water they was talking about comes to my property, my spring, animals. Anybody else?
Any other questions from the board? All right. You can have a seat, and Mr. Chairman, you wanna?
This time I'd like to ask for a 10-minute recess.
We need to vote on?
You can be
Let's
at
vote
ease.
on that.
Let's let the chair have a 10-minute recess.
So you can be at ease for 10 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. You're so kind and thoughtful.
is over. Ms. McRae, who's our next person?
Sarah Holt? Sarah Hutt, okay. Hotte, correct.
Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. State your name and address.
That's no problem.
I was not prepared for this because I didn't know about the meeting until a few days ago. I'm on the property that, one house in between this line. So as you've heard, everybody is explaining. to
Could
you
you,
so far.
could you state your address?
Oh, I'm sorry, then, 565 Ballard Street. Well, so as everybody stated, that's not the correct photo. It's all cleared out. There's actually a pond. Thank you. And they've been clearing this out since 2017 without any permit. So when I'm sitting in my backyard, I can see a fire bigger than the house that's beside it. That's obviously a safety issue. Now, I was looking at the waterway. I don't know if it affects it. It's conservation to waterway, protected land. There hasn't been permits for that to be cleared, so that's against that waterway. Is that correct? Does that make sense?
You're just testifying,
Okay.
so don't ask them
He-
questions.
He looked a little confused. I was just trying to make sure I had it correct. So my biggest concern is they've been running this company since 2017. It has affected my home because I will, going back and forth to work, I watch his company and his employees take out garbage bags out of their truck, throw it into other people's property as they're coming in. I've had debris come up and hit my truck. Oh, sorry. Bashed the bottom side of it. I had to have that replaced because of the debris on their side of the road. I really feel that they're misinforming you or misleading you on what they want done on this property, because they're only looking for the 3 acres, 3.5. But they've already cleared out all of it. And so how is it that Franklin County hasn't done anything on it? Their address is listed for Amigos Landscaping on US 1. But they've been running this company, Amigos Landscaping, since 2017. But nobody's done anything about it. And so with that said, they're not paying the taxes on our area. They're using that roadway. They're, using the entire resources around us that we can't sit outside. It's not our well-being. It's not being, our well-being in our home, sitting outside is not the greatest. We can't sit out there anymore 6 days a week during the summer. When they talk about the debris coming in and out, it's only coming in. So since 2017, it has been that way. It's not, there's a few little trees that they planted and they died. They already have the driveways. They have many, many employees. And so if he's saying that he only wants 3 acres, what is happening with the other acreage? And how do we know that he's going to be transparent with what's going to happen with that land? And it's not going to be continued to be used for a landscaping company that is not even paying its county taxes to you. It's not on our area. And I've looked it up. So now that y'all have went through and revalued our property, I'm considered Highland Hill. So we have actually a Protection Act since 1988 has not been updated. Does that affect my concern is, does it affect my property? They did the estimate or appraisals regarding the rest of the properties, but mine is considered Highland Hill subdivision and it's protected. It's protected land, which is on the other side of the dirt road. of their property. So we didn't get the letter, and then all that property along the line that you see from the dirt road off of Ballard Creek, which is Old Wake Forest, or Old Forest Road, I can't remember the name of it. Thank you. Couldn't remember the name of it. So all those people on that side didn't get a letter stating anything regarding this meeting. Again, because it's the 3 acres, it's only going by that, but their business is affecting the entire loop of Ballard Creek Road, but it's also affecting all those elderly people that live down there that can't sit out and have fresh air. I can't have my grandbaby out there because she has breathing issues, and I have to put her on a breathing machine after being in the pool for 10 minutes. So we have sat in our pool and we get snowed on. I'm not kidding you, from their property, snowed on with ash burning. I've called the fire marshal. Oh, it's contained. So I don't think that they are running the landscaping company. It's really like a clearing, and I didn't realize that until a lot of other people have spoke, that they don't think it's really a landscaping company. It's just they're going in to burn stuff. The reason why I say that is because when he first come in, I am very big about supporting small businesses. So I called him and said, hey, look, I need a new driveway in. I need this done. And he said, yeah, you're just right 2 houses down. I'll be there. Never showed up. Called again a year later. Same thing. Yeah, I'll come down. Never showed up. I don't think he was delivery. I don't think he does that, even though it's listed. He just didn't show up. So I was like, okay, I can't do anything about this company in here. I've gone down there and asked them about the burning and the shooting of the guns that night, and as well as I've sent the committee letters, multiple emails to the board before Franklin County regarding a lot of complaints there. And that was mostly, when I'm driving down the road and trash is flying at me and debris coming off of the truck. And this is every morning I take my son to school, and every single morning there's 15 trucks coming out of there empty and coming back with lots of debris. I'm only 2 houses down. So when I have to put $300 extra in my pool for chemicals because of all the air pollution, all the debris flying into my pool, that's affecting my pocket too. I know it's the Franklin County Board Committee that is supposed to protect everybody, and this right here is not protecting our community, not protecting, like they were saying. Our elderly people can't walk down the road. I had someone from his company go down the road and lose stuff, get out, pick it up, and just toss it up there, and then lose it again on another road because I was behind them. So this road, when I bought it, this house right before they moved in, was always clean, always clean. I wanted the rural area. I wanted the life of just a quiet. I didn't want a subdivision where HOA had to tell me how to live. So we are definitely on the same page where he likes that rural area, but he's doing it to make money, but he's not paying his dues to the community. He's not paying his dues to our streets that need to be refixed from his trucks coming in and out. And there's a lot of misleading stuff that's going on with this company. So if this commission decides, these commissioners decide to go with this, you're going to be supporting lack of transparency from this company. You're going to be supporting this company coming in and fraudulently using this property when he is listed. This property is used for business purpose on this one. So you can look at the map slide, you can look up his address slide, you can look at all that information. So if you look at that, how do you know that if you approve this 3 acres, all that other acreage is not going to be continued to be used the way it's being used, along with obviously the environmental concerns that we have, because we've had a lot of sinkholes in my property. I mean, a lot. 6 foot sinkholes. I have a shed that's going down. So there's some deteriorating going on since we bought the property in 2016. So 4 sinkholes. So there is something going on with the land out there. It didn't start until the sinkholes until 2018, but is it from his digging? Is it from his clearing? From the lack of the trees picking up the water and they're coming down to us? I don't know. But I just wanted to make sure that y'all really thought about that. I can't have my grandbaby sitting outside, even if he says he's not going to burn. I call the fire department and say, oh, too bad he has a container. That's not going to do. How was that going to be insured for us to be safe where my mother's over sick with cancer, and she can't sit by the pool and enjoy her family, or my granddaughters, so. It's beyond running the business, it's our well-being, sitting outside and enjoying that rural lifestyle. Thank you.
All right, so that concludes the people who filled out the application. This would be the time for Ms. Jucher to present any rebuttal evidence if she has any.
Thank you, Commissioners. I would like to address some of the comments that were made and speak briefly to the determination you all will need to make. I would like, though, for Chad Abbott to address one issue, because I think it is important that you understand the status of the review of the stormwater issue, because as your staff has put together their report, there are conditions in that we would have to meet with respect to all review of that. But if Chad could speak briefly to that, because I think there's some misunderstanding. I know Mr. Bland works in the business, but as far as what has already gone on in this site, what has been reviewed, and I understand there's frustration with the power of government or what government does what, but in this case, I assure you, this application's been reviewed and reviewed and reviewed. Chad, if you would speak briefly to the stormwater issue.
Yeah, just in regards to the stormwater, again, the stormwater engineer reviewed the property. There's calculations on the cover sheets that you guys have. Per those calculations we did, again, we didn't just do a calculation for just the 3 acres. It was a post-development map that shows the future impervious, woods, cleared area on all of the balance of the property, including the 3 acres, so that the end result is 1.9% impervious area for the 48 acres. Outside of that, the stormwater calculations would have to be reviewed. If that's up to the county to enforce, right? And so outside of that, then a pond may be required. But based on 1.9% impervious for what's being proposed and the existing on the balance of the property, yes, ponds are typically required when you clear land. Erosion control ponds, they're temporary. They're for construction. They're for construction stormwater. But if you have, and this is not for me to govern, this isn't for me, this is just the fact that if you have a farm or farm ID, you are allowed exemptions from state rules, federal rules, et cetera. And there are certain triggers that may trigger compliance, but that's not for me to deal with. I'm dealing with the 3 acres, and I do understand the frustrations on the balance of the property as well. But my testimony is all about the findings of fact. If this property were to be developed in accordance with the proposed plan for this 3 acres. And that's all I'm testifying to, and that I can testify to, that I can design to. I would also add that the runoff from this property does not appear to go, based on topo and based on all the maps I have, and all of it goes towards the center of the property, or either to the stream that's shown on the map. The stream buffer was shown to the south side, I guess that would be. And it all goes into the head of the lake and does not drain across multiple properties as has been stated. So, thank you.
Oh, for him? Sure. Absolutely. Please, come up, Chad.
Such that it locks the whole property down from any future development, and no increases on this 3 acres or no increases on the balance, because it would then throw the approval for this 3 acres out of compliance.
So therefore, no more clearing could be done on on the entire 40-some acre parcel of land, because the impervious surface calculation and it being
Clearing and
granted.
impervious surface are two different things. The clearing is not necessarily, that's not how impervious surface is calculated for stormwater requirements. It's hard surface. It's any gravel, roof.
So it doesn't factor into disturbed soils or anything of that, or not
as
variables
Not
in the
as
impervious.
It does, but the stormwater approval did show a pre and post development map that showed a permanently cleared area versus areas that would be retreated. Because the intent per Mr. Tony was that it would be a tree farm. So our calculations, as approved by the county, and it's in the maps and approvals and in what you've received, I don't know if it's 14 or so acres that it shows as completely cleared on the balance of the rest of the property, with the rest being replanted as trees.
Was that
Whatever,
calculation?
Vegetation.
Was that
Vegetation.
yeah, was that calculation based on the survey?
It was based on the survey.
The
yes,
survey
sir.
was done.
And those calculations are listed on, if you have the set of plans, they are on sheet.
I would just be more interested in the fact, is the survey a part of the package you submitted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that
It's-
survey is
It's
on
in my
record.
set of plans, yes, sir.
Okay.
The existing conditions, sir, yes, I haven't been to the site in a year, but.
No,
I
it's
was
okay.
concerned.
I'm looking at it for other reasons, not to question your integrity by.
No,
any
no,
stretch
no,
of
I'm
the
just
imagination.
saying that we have a sheet that shows the existing conditions by which we evaluated the property at that time. And even our stormwater calculations did not take credit for the impervious in place at that time. It took it back to the baseline date that the TARPAM rules were implemented, which the property was completely wooded. So that was what we started from when we looked at the impact to the stormwater for the stormwater calculation.
Thank you.
And Commissioners, I'd just like to direct your attention as I wrap up and basically argue our position, but address some of these things that I think need addressing to the staff report and to the findings, of course, that we're looking at. And I would say that with respect to some of the testimony here tonight from owners that are not next to any of Mr. Tony's property and certainly not adjacent to the area of the special use permit, some of those, the testimony from those witnesses was speculative about things that might happen down the road to their property. We heard clearly the issue of burning, but you heard Mr. Tony say that he's obtained a permit every time he's burned. He just, and with respect to the special use that he's asking for to run the landscaping contracting business which is allowed under your AR zoning, your staff has proposed conditions that would be no burning. We had the question about what happens if he does, because apparently there's a lot of distrust in this room, and you heard it like I did. Your special use permit, if it is issued, we believe we've met the criteria, but if it is issued with conditions, those conditions are a condition of the validity of the permit, which means he violates that permit, your staff can basically yank his permit. He won't have the ability to operate that business anymore. That's part of why the zoning says it's appropriate as a special use in the AR district. That's what you've decided when you adopted your plan, when you adopted your ordinance. It doesn't require a rezoning. It simply says you must comply with these issues. And if we feel your specific site raises issues that can be addressed with conditions, we'll do that. So I wanted to point back out, because I know your plan or whatever. Oh, before I do that, one quick thing that I personally know, as I've been involved in this since the violations began in 2023, Mr. Rebuttal did get a notice of violation about clearing more than half acre and some stormwater issues and the trailer he removed from the site. When that violation came out, we approached the planning board and we appealed the decision to the Board of Adjustment to get some instruction. That was held and on hold to let him come in, work with staff, get this looked at so that if we could apply for the special use, which was in AR, he would do that. And since that time, with the help of the engineers he's had to put together and everyone else, he's put together the plan to move forward with that. So I wanted to address it. It isn't like he got a letter and completely ignored it and said, thumbed his nose at the county. That is not what happened. We've been involved in this throughout to get this site reviewed, engineered, and looked at. And you have those plans in front of you. I would point your attention to page 4 of your staff review, which gives you, as your staff provides for any of these quasi-judicial hearings, suggested motions. And that's where your staff has indicated the possibility of some conditions, should you issue the permit, that would be applicable to this. And my client does not object to any of these conditions because he expects to comply with them. Of course, he will adhere to any UDO or building code requirements. He will get the North Carolina Department driveway permit as necessary. He will comply with all NC Department of Environmental Quality erosion control. And that is without saying. You don't just get to say no to erosion control. They are here at every step, and they have reviewed this plan as well. And they will inspect, I'm sure. And then that he will record the subdivision plat for the 3.1 acre parcel and the 20-foot public bicycle pedestrian easement that you all require pursuant to your plan. And you will prohibit any on-site inert debris reclamation, dumping, or burning on this site, the commercial stuff. The remainder of the property is a tree farm. He bought it, it's agricultural. The property around it, I think Mr. Mallard's property is agricultural. When you have a tree farm or you are a farmer, you sometimes are out there working on your land. I don't think there's any intention of the folks who are opposed to this use, as they've spoken, to deny a landowner who has an agricultural piece of property the right to farm it or tree it. They are concerned about some of the impacts of some of the activities which we can condition in this permit, which is was expected to be done. I don't. I do know that the matters involving the findings that the board needs to make, which are also in your staff, that everything that came before you with respect to the design, which has been reviewed by everyone and must comply with the ordinances, all regulations. It is located to maintain or enhance the value of property, and it does, according to the expert testimony, maintain that value. And if there was a misunderstanding about what a picture in the report was, it's clear in the report that that is a different site. I don't think the appraiser meant to say it was anything on this site. He just was asked what was on the truck. So I just want to make sure there was no misunderstanding about that. And that, in fact, it conforms with all the general plans for the county planning jurisdiction and the comprehensive plan, which it does. And again, that is what your ordinance anticipates in these AR zones with folks who want to have this kind of business by special use. The buffering and landscaping harmonizes with the adjoining property. It'll be planted all the way around. There's a fence at the front, and there is hundreds of feet between this site and the next site next to it. This site does not abut directly any property once it's built. And it's important to remember, the site plan is critical to this. You are permitting not what's happening there. You are permitting, if you so permit, what is on the site plan, any conditions you adopt for him to comply with. And between now and then, I think Commissioner Shriver, you mentioned what happens then. Well, if you issue a permit, he's got to be starting to comply with that. He will be beginning to pull the permits to build and everything else he needs to do. Any conditions will be immediately affected. So I think Mr. Coney's plan is to start. He's been working on these plans for so long. He's ready to go if you permit this, to get it built, make it look like he intended, comply with everything that needs to be complied with. The concerns are not illegitimate or irrational, but they are addressed. They are addressed with the process you have, and they are addressed with what you can do with conditions, and they will mold and create this site to be in harmony with the rest of the neighborhood. And I think that particular aspect of your ordinance is well done and allows you to permit this. It is, it's not going to be, I will say one thing, it cannot be a retail. A retail use would require a commercial zoning. Your definition of what a contract landscaper office is just to do the contracting with, yes, he sends trucks out to work on sites. They may bring back vegetative things. He won't be able to burn them. He can redeliver them to the landfill, I think Tony said in his testimony. If it was late and someone came back with a truck of things, they would take them back out to the landfill. He knows he cannot have construction debris and that type of thing on the site. And you, if you permit it, can be sure of that. That's what you can do with your conditions. And finally, this site will not have any impact really on schools or fire or police or any other private and public facilities. So we believe, commissioners, that you can find that each of the facts has been proven by the substantial weight of the evidence, and there's been no counter evidence substantially denying them. And in that case, under your statute as outlined by your staff and what I've told you about, you are required to issue this, subject to any conditions you might put on it, to meet the concerns you have. And I'm happy to answer any further questions on that. For the record, I will say that with respect to anyone who is not adjoining this property, as it's designed, or directly across the street as an adjoining across the street property, on behalf of the applicant, we do legally object to any consideration of their testimony as evidence in this case, because in hearing them talk, some of them are not even adjoining the large tract, but they're certainly not up on this tract, and that's the impacts of this development. So we would ask that you favorably consider it, ask for your approval, and certainly understand the conditions. If you want to address any further conditions, let us know. We could do that too. Sometimes there's other issues about operation, time of operation, and those kinds of things that are also relevant.
Okay, I had a question.
Yes,
Are
sir.
you open for questions now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, good. Are you saying that the applicant is agreeable to no burning?
Yes, sir.
That's the number one thing I hear.
And your staff has actually written that into your proposed motion, that it is prohibited.
And does he understand that?
Oh, yeah.
Being
Oh,
a
yeah.
condition of that?
You want
No
to
burning.
come up and say, he's
I don't
doing
need
this, and yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Under the special use permit, there will be no burning, because the difference, if he does it, and the difference that it is, I think, if I were just thinking
But that
about it,
means
is
none.
it's a commercial amount of debris, right? So, yeah, no burning, it's
No more.
prohibited.
Yeah,
He knows.
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I understand, you know, that people don't like the smoke, so, you know, for my case, I mean, you know, it's debris that, I mean, it's not construction debris that I'm burning. I mean, 100% sure I've never been burning any construction debris. I don't know why this.
I mean, I don't care what it is,
but
they just don't want no
yeah,
more burning.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, well, it's trash, pine straw, whatever.
And that would be appropriate. This is in a residential area of the agricultural zone.
Right.
He agrees to that. The other part of that, Commissioner, is he also won't have construction debris on the site or be able to dump anything there. That's, not that he has, but that's absolutely addressed.
And I know from the past, when we did give a special use permit, there was one way back that didn't obey it. And this board took away his permit. So it doesn't mean if he did get it, he can do whatever he wants to.
Correct.
Because there is recourse in action that can, because I've seen it. It was the racetrack over in Highland. Oh, Hugh Williams. They took his special use permit away, the commissioners of this county. So there is a recourse
It
if
is a
something's not
conditional
followed.
zoning, yes.
But
yes,
that's why
sir.
I'm hitting on that burning part. That's the number one item here, burning. And you're,
I got a question. What it, you know, I understand that this special use permit prevents the burning on this 3 acres. What's to prevent the burning to cross that line and go on the rest of his property and burn? Is there any regulation there?
Well, your permit, with respect to the zoning he's asking for, will condition that zoning with respect to no burning. He would be subject to the regulations that any of his neighbors are with respect to any personal permit that's required anywhere else on his property. If he were to be removing and moving, I'm going to say this, if he were to be removing commercial truckloads of vegetation elsewhere on the property to burn it, that would be a complete violation of this as well. But all I'm going to say is anyone with acres that are agriculture in the county, to the extent it's allowed by a permit, can do their personal burning. I don't know that he's going to, but he has a tree farm. He does bring down trees. He does replant trees. And I hope he continues to do that on the surrounding area. It will be, it'll be what it needs to be. But yes, Commissioner, that's a valid point, but he's not treated any different than anyone else, except that he can't go over there and do commercial burning. No, sir. And I think you could absolutely violate that.
When is the last time that he burned on that property?
Do you remember? Do you remember?
I got the permit, I can see exactly.
Look it up and tell me when it was.
Yeah.
He's not the owner.
Hopefully, when I got, I got online permit before, and I know the regulation, the rules, how it's born, what the distance on the.
Can you stand up and speak there? And everyone else, if you guys could just stop talking so that the commissioners can hear, that would be great.
Do we get a chance to rebuttal her when she's done?
I'll ask the board.
118.
January 18th?
Yeah, from 1/15 of January.
And that was
to one-
permit number 1735232. Has been issued.
I'm sorry, this is for different property.
Okay,
Sorry.
give me this one.
Call approved, right here.
Okay, ballot for,
Yeah, 119.
when was that? 119?
119 to
January
120.
the 19th, Commissioner, under a permit, burning permit number 1313928 is his testimony.
And you can only burn 4 times a year? Is that what I'm hearing?
He's agreeing not to burn at all.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm just asking in the
Just
past.
like anyone out, John Q. Public, I think there is I think there's a limit in the county of 4 burn permits a year. I'm asking, but I
You
believe
can only
so.
get 4 permits a year? Is that
No.
what I was hearing y'all say?
On one spot, on one area. But
And on that
it
piece
was a
of,
different area,
in a different area on that property? Or,
No, different property.
oh, so on that piece of property, you can burn 4 times a
Only
year?
4.
How many times have you burned this year?
Well, I mean, I didn't know about that until, the state came and talked to me, and the people from the state came and, give me all the rules, that, that I'm not supposed to do this and that, so that's how I know. But, always when I was born, and I always got an online permit. I thought you can do it,
Okay.
But I don't I don't do every other day. I do every 2 months, every month, when it's
Okay.
raining, on the raining days.
Okay.
Always, I was doing burning on.
And that permit is obtained where, I mean, it's online, but like it's to the state, what department of the state, or what is it, who's issuing that permit?
It's,
Where do you apply?
Great.
how do you know where it comes from? I mean, we did it
Burning.
Yeah,
Should
forest.
be, but
Forest Service, yeah. It's
Forest
the
Service.
only you can
That's the
prevent
answer.
forest fires site.
Yeah.
I knew the answer. I just want to be sure that was the answer he was getting from the right location to be
Yes,
sure
sir.
we were.
Yes, sir.
Why is there so much logs and wood and stuff that comes in there?
Look,
What do you do that there's so much
we,
wood?
we clear land, we cut the logs, and then we take it to the lumber yard. And the only thing that we throw, we take it to the landfill is the branches or the roots.
But they were
stuff.
saying logging trucks?
Yeah, cause I bring it sometime, I full load to my job, and then the next day I take it back to the lumber yard.
If it's in the
Yeah,
evening and they're
if it's
closed.
late, yeah.
He's
Yeah.
Commissioner Bragg, did you understand his answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
And part of the design aspect of the plan is to make sure that all of that equipment and everything is located, is, stored in a certain way and parked in a certain way. And part of that's what needs to be done out there as opposed to just having equipment here and there. Absolutely.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop all the debris coming in and out on the truck.
Well, it's gonna stop. If they don't want to see, I guess I'm gonna have to, try to just leave it on the job site then. I guess if they don't like my trucks, coming out the evening, so I do all the conditions that they require, that you guys require. So.
Because when you leave it you really need to take it to the landfill or wherever else, a proper place to dump it.
Yeah, sometimes, I cannot leave it at the job site neither. So if it's late,
I don't know when the landfill closes, but.
Yeah, they close at 5 PM, but, you know, we work longer than 5 PM.
But he cannot, even though if you all look at those conditions and you can add or rewrite them, but he could not dump them on the site, or like, you know, leave them there on his site at all under this condition. But I suppose it's possible, Commissioner Bragg, that they could remain on a truck till they could get back to the landfill when it opened. That may happen.
Have they been, you say you've been dumping it on the site then?
On the side?
Uh-huh.
Well, I've been logs, you know, I bring it in the storage, make a pile so I can take a full load. Because the lumber yards, you know, they don't want a little small amount of load, they want a full trailer, you know. That they got rules, so. But,
Okay.
you know,
That's part of the design of the site, how that will be managed for vegetation, not debris.
Still got a question.
Yes, sir.
Back to burning again. I know, I'm gonna keep on wearing this one out, but you say you're not gonna burn no more, right?
on that side, yeah.
You shouldn't even be worried about you go getting a permit to burn, if you're not gonna burn no more, right?
The burning prohibition would be on this 3-acre site. The commercial aspect of his permit, if it's issued, yes, he will not burn. It'll be condition of his zoning. But he's also a tree farmer on the rest of his property.
Okay.
And my point to the commission is, as that landowner, he's able to be treated like any other landowner.
Okay.
And
that
yes,
will-
he should
that
not be
will-
nuisance burning out there.
That's gonna
but-
be, no matter what, even though whatever we decide tonight anyway,
Right.
because that other 30 or 40 acres is a different world.
Well, it is, and he's
Okay.
the same as anybody else out there.
But it bothers me that he has that 40 acres there, and so he won't burn on the 6.1 acres, but so he'll just move over 5 acres and burn on that.
Okay.
I've got a question.
Hold on.
Okay.
You guys can just not, if you, with the board, it will may give you an opportunity to speak again, but please do not yell out at the.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just realize that this is supposed to mimic a courtroom, and we need to be decent, honorable at all times. So we appreciate holding that energy, even though it's there, all right? Thank you. Commissioner Speed.
You keep talking about being a tree farmer. Can you define that for me? Because what I understand as being a tree farmer, because I am a tree farmer, I grow pine trees on my property, and they are managed over a period of time before clear cutting and then replanted. Are we talking about the same type of tree farm here?
No, sir. No, I grow shade trees, like maples, oak, evergreen trees, you know, those type of trees, flowering trees.
How much of this open property that's been cleared is covered in these trees?
It was like 5 acres where I had a trees growing. I don't have a much right now. I got like, I would say 2 acres with trees that I'm growing. The rest already being harvested, taken out of there.
What's your plans for repopulating the rest of the property with trees?
I can plant in my trees that I'm thinking to harvest, you know, the rest of the property.
What size trees are you planting?
At the beginning, they are you know, red root trees. It's like a 1 inch, you know,
1 inch caliper.
Yeah, and that's how I plant them.
Have you considered planting sapling to enable you to plant more and cover more ground to help better maintain this property?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's all I have.
Counselor, would your client be willing to concede to a no burning on any of this property in order to get the support necessary to pursue his goal of having this special use permit?
Well, I would have to say that that's just not in the purview of this proceeding, for him to be able to do that, because it's not part of this special use permit.
We can make it that way.
Well,
Yeah, we can say that 3.1 acres and all the adjoining acres.
and just from my experience, I think what is appropriate, if I might, is certainly you could say he cannot burn on this site, and he cannot burn vegetative waste or, any sort of debris from job sites on any part of his property, right? So if there was, I dare say, there's some folks watching. So, if he were driving truckloads in and driving them to the back 40, if you will, and burning them, that's a violation of this permit, as I see it.
It's not the answer to my question.
Yeah,
all due
well,
respect.
I don't think
believe
he, and I
consent
don't
is
know,
a
I could
very,
ask your attorney if
valid-
she believes we can agree to conditions that don't affect this property. That's an issue. I've never had that asked, quite frankly. I don't know that it's
Because
allowed.
if
but-
consent is freely given, then it's binding.
I like to say, in the past, when we took that permit away from
That's right.
down my area, the racetrack, New Williams, it was bam, bam, we took it.
Game over.
Right.
Yeah,
You had to-
But we could take the permit away from that from that 5.1 acres.
Yeah.
But if he's burning on the rest of the 30 acres, how can we stop that?
How can you? You can't even do that yay or nay to the night's issue.
He will agree to that.
Yeah, 'cause
He says he
has
doesn't,
that.
he's heard his
It's
neighbors.
right.
He doesn't intend to burn on his property.
So he is.
Now, he
fully-
can take it upon himself
Well, but he's
in
fully
good-
consenting. He's
good
consenting.
harmony with his neighbors to agree to it.
It would be good that no one burned out there,
Right.
ever, because I obviously have folks who are sensitive to that. So maybe it becomes a Ballard Pruitt Road thing, no burning.
No, we're gonna make it.
But he
where
has
the-
told me
where the
he will
concern
agree
is.
to that
Yeah.
on the balance of the property, if that helps y'all.
But I also want
you-
to say, excuse me,
There you go.
I want to say that, okay, I'm agree to don't burn it, but, also I wanted to let it, they also don't burn at all on that street because, I saw a neighbor, she was burning all the leaves around her front yard. And make all the smoke. And I bet, Mr. Mala blamed us to burn it, which I was not.
You know,
I'm just looking for a solution, that's why I offered
I
it,
understand,
and it
and
is,
I-
it became the most prevalent concern. It's also written in the documents that you've referred to, and to remove the uncertainty of whether burning can occur in other places owned by Mr. Tony is, and this is the goal. And so you, as a counselor, are comfortable under the law that now that he's consenting to that is acceptable in your understanding of the law.
I am indicating that if you put the condition in this permit and issue the permit, that he will allow that, and we will not, I guess, appeal that. That's the best I can say.
And that includes the 43-acre tract of land
That,
and
he,
the 3-acre tract.
he owns
Right.
and pays taxes on the whole 42
Yeah.
acres.
No, I want
Yes,
to just
sir.
be
Yes,
very
sir.
clear on this understanding, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that response.
Yes, sir.
One other question I have is the noise. Is there something that we can do as commissioners to say that they can't operate after a certain hour?
we have a
No
noise,
time of
noise
operation.
ordinance.
At
Already
11, I know,
in the book.
or 10, no, it's 11 in the county. But is there something we can say
Yes.
that we can say that they can't work on the equipment, drive the track hose and all that stuff after a certain hour or before a certain hour?
Yeah, you can impose hours of operation as a condition.
I'd like
They
to
have a
see
little
us
meter
talk-
supposedly with the sheriff's department where they can go out and measure that noise.
And one thing about doing this project and designing the building and everything where the trucks can be worked on, that will help. There won't be outdoor noise anymore. It'll be indoor. And I have seen projects where the commission might say, no activity before sunrise. No activity after. It would be nice if it were later than just sunset, because when you're a landscaper, you're working till the sun goes down. But if the ordinance is 10 or 11, I don't think that's a problem at all out there. So
So
we
no
understand.
truck would be coming off the job site after a certain hour. you wouldn't have the noise of all the backhoes or whatever it is.
Sure. I don't think we would object to that kind of condition. We just want it to be tailored to the kind of use so that he can certainly operate a landscaping business where he gets on site early and he works till the sun goes down.
Any more questions for them? Then I'm going to ask Mr. Hammerbacher to come back up. And in case, did you want to add anything? Because the county, through Mr. Hammerbacher is a party to this matter. So if he wanted to add anything based on what he's had, and then
Yes, sir.
he's going to go through the findings of fact that you guys have to make two different rulings. One is on the finding of fact. But we're going to let, if Mr. Hammerbacher, you have anything else to say that's part of this hearing, we'd let you speak. But I also have a request, Mr. Chairman, to have additional evidence. It's up to the board whether you want to take any other evidence from the people who are opposing the special use permit. So that's up to you if you guys want to hear any more.
Do
Mr.
you need that
Hammerbacher,
in
did
the
you
form
have-
of a motion?
You don't have to make a motion, I just need to know. Mr. Hammerbacher, do you have anything for the hearing piece before we do the summary?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Just to reiterate, the subject parcel is outlined in purple. The subject area, which has been advertised and requested this evening, is green, outlined in green. But my understanding of the law on this is that this is only what can be considered this evening in terms of any conditions of approval before you this evening. This is what's been applied for with this 3.1 acres. The residual property of the roughly a little less than 40 acres is enrolled in, is basically a bona fide farm and falls under those rules set forth by the state for what can be utilized there. One thing I want to make abundantly clear, though, is I am the stormwater administrator, is one of my different hats I wear within the UDO. The county enforces nutrient requirements related to nitrates and phosphates, nutrient loading going into these tributaries. Typically, if a development, say I've got an acre, I'm going to build a McDonald's there. Before that, yes, you would get a land disturbance permit from the state. They're the ones that any earth disturbance over 40,000 square feet enforce. That means I'm putting in my sediment basin. I'm putting in my stormwater or my silt fencing. I'm doing my construction entrance. All those typical things. I'm putting on my rain gauge. I have my permit on hand. That did not occur here. We alert the state. We do the best to partner with them to enforce these things. Unfortunately, we have several going on. But there's nothing in our UDO that says, hey, you've got to have a silt fence or you've got to have a temporary sediment basin when I disturb more than 40,000 square feet. Now, if you disturb over 20,000 square feet, we are going to say, yes, you need to make sure we're meeting nutrient requirements for nitrates and phosphates. With this particular development, it was reviewed by our engineer. They look at the entire parcel, the entire 42.72 acres. They look at the overall impervious surface. They look at different land covers. They look at what's wooded, what's managed per. It all goes into a spreadsheet. And from that spreadsheet, then they determine if additional stormwater measures are needed or if a nutrient buy down is required. So those are, I know I'm talking about stormwater, but basically those are two separate things. I want to make sure you understand that fully. Any questions?
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, would you like to give anybody else the opportunity to speak again? It's up to the board, whether you want to allow others to come back up and speak again, or do you want to close the hearing?
I think it would be prudent here to other people speak again.
I agree.
All right, who has already spoken would like to come back up? All right, come on back up, okay. I think this is Mr. Dutry, this is,
And while you're doing that, Ms. McCree, I'd like to know when we would need to have discussion about conditions, if we felt conditions may be part of the action here tonight.
so after the close of the hearing, as part of your deliberation, you guys could have that discussion amongst yourself. If you wanted to ask additional questions during the hearing about what other conditions you might want to add, it might be good to do it before the hearing closes. All right. Just remind everybody your name.
Chick Hudgens, the last gentleman that was up here, I think when they got their initial design, I guess you could say, was from that picture that they keep posting up with all the trees to evaluate stormwater or whatever they do and what they done. That picture is not what's out there now. Once again, he's in violation of clearing about 85% of his property. I haven't heard his attorney, the owner, or the gentleman that was just up here say anything about that. The only thing I keep hearing is the smoke. Smoke, smoke, smoke. That's one of 50 complaints we got. We get to, what are y'all saying about the elder people that can't walk nowhere on the road now because there's 50 to 75 trucks coming in daily? What about the kids playing in the road? I'm not hearing no one talk about these people. These people are some of the 38 people, and we don't have that many people on our road. Y'all can pull how many addresses are on Ballardport Road. And 38 people to sign a petition. It's a hell of a lot of people that's got a problem with this property owner. Not so much from the smoke, but other issues. You've heard people testify about the well water. I testified, and no, I don't, like the lawyer said, live adjoining to this property at 632, but I lease 40 acres about 3,000 yards from this property, that his stormwater goes this way. They keep bringing up that he's for 3.1 acres. They keep bringing up that he was in violation in 2023, and they come out there because he had cleared just a few acres. No one has come out there and done nothing about the other 35 acres that he has cleared. No one. He don't talk about it. His lawyer don't talk about it. Tony doesn't talk about it. Where's that justice at in that violation? We got raw land over there. Now, what I mean by raw land is there's no topsoil left on the property. He's took it all up, probably sold it. I don't know. It's not there. If you would, once again, come out to this property before you make any decision, that's all we ask. Give us, as taxpayers in Franklin County, 38 signed petition that's got a problem, not so much with the smoke. That's just one issue. Once again, we got a bunch of them. And I'll leave this right here as evidence, you know, for us testimony of what our complaints are. But it's a lot of things. Once again, I was told by Water Resource out of Raleigh that the people adjoining his property, Mr. Mark Mallard, everybody on Oak Forest, better be worried about that wheel. They're coming out to check off Mr. Tony's property. They're coming out because they're concerned about how much trees he has took off and left raw land. All right, impervious is one thing. You put up this building and it just forces the water to the 3.1 acre on drain water, storm water, or however you want. What he's done to his property is caused so much erosion over there that no one I've heard say yet said anything about it other than us, me. You have to come out and see what he's got going on and what he's done to the property that has forced wildlife out, vegetation. He's not sowing no grass. When you're talking about 20, 40, 50,000 square feet, he's got more than that open over there. Raw land, raw soil. Do you know what that does on runoff? It makes the water go to them creeks and the ponds back there that are connected to his property move faster. Nothing's there to absorb it. That's called vegetation. He's got none left over there. You have to see it. These are facts. Don't take my word for it. Come out before you do any decision and come to 435 and you are being shot. Once again, he's going to tell you he's going to do something. His attorney might say this, might say that, but we need someone to enforce what's going on now. Once again, we need enforcement now. We don't care about the building. We don't care about this. The smoke, yeah, he's going to tell you he's going to do something. I just told you a while ago, I got video that he's burning at night. Actually, has he burned anything at night? The noise is so noisy over there. You can put restriction on it. What I'm saying in short, I don't care what you do for us pulling permits from him. We need someone who's going to police it. Can't nobody police him now. We've called the county complaining. We've called the fire marshal. We've called Raleigh. We've called that. I did make some good contacts this week, though, and they're coming. Because I told them no one here was doing anything. And they wanted to hear that. I said, we got so much video and ground control, erosion, and vegetation in the wildlife in the creeks and the ponds. There's 3 ponds connect that property and creeks over there. You don't hear him saying nothing. Well, I hate I stripped all my land. I'm worried about this, but I know for a fact that Mark Mallett's well's in jeopardy. I know that your well's in jeopardy. I was told that today because of his trucks over there. That man has a lot of trucks. What you see in pictures and all that, that ain't the trucks he's got. You give him a special use permit, you're going to see the trucks he owns. He's just sitting back waiting. He knows he's a smart guy, and I respect that. But that ain't all his trucks. He's got a lot of trucks. He's got a lot of earth movers and all that. You give him a permit for that 3.1 acre, you're going to see something over there on that 44 acres. You can add all them stipulations and restrictions you want. We have dealt with him for the last several years. The county has been there now. He says something about burning permits and all that. He's burned, I know, over 100 times this last year. That's a lot. And I don't want to keep saying about the burning. We got more at stake here than just this burning. Trucks going down there, in and out, to where can't nobody even walk on the road anymore. Would you want that in your community?
Okay.
Forget the burning.
Mr. Hudgens, do you have anything new to add?
No, I just want y'all to come down there. We need your help. That's what I'm trying to add.
Okay, thanks, sir.
And I like to add this right here in the evidence.
Can you bring that to the clerk, please? Please don't speak out.
I think that's the petition.
Oh,
And we'd like to add the 38 signatures we got on petition. We need to add that to the
so
petition.
hang on,
We have a petition.
hang on.
Yeah,
That don't
we're
work.
only able to consider testimony of witnesses in front of, different kinds of.
We just have it.
Do you want to look at this? This is different.
I thought that was the petition, I was just saying, that's just part of what. That's just.
Are you
testimony,
objecting?
that's fine.
Are you oh, yeah. You want to look at it? Okay.
I was just trying to address more issues. That's all, that's just one of them, that's all. Please, help.
All right. Is there anyone else?
I think he did reiterate all we're asking for.
Just remind the board your name, please.
Bill Bland. It's clear to me, I've learned a lot here tonight because I didn't realize all that was going on over there. I had no idea we were talking about a landfill and taking on important debris. That's just a total surprise to me. And the attorney's statements about being, when they got caught, jumped in and talked to these different agencies about what they needed to do, get back on track. But I don't think in the photos that recent photos I've seen, that they complied with or tried to comply with the state soil and erosion folks by putting in silt fence around the disturbed area and putting in a temporary sediment basin that the state would generally, will not generally, always require you to have, particularly for that amount of acreage. Still not in place, but they're doing all they can. I don't see that. But to me, it's clear they're getting 3.1 acres as a special use. And when you look at that plan, it is a good plan. They have their building for their admin offices. They've got garages for the trucks, I assume, and some other outbuildings there, and a path through all those buildings. And that's where the operations will be headquartered. But it's obviously the other 40 acres is outside of this conditional use or special use. And I believe it's fairly easy to see that those things will still happen. So having said that, I'll go back and again, all this has been under oath tonight that they do not intend to import debris from its field crews or the general public. Would like to see that as a condition of the special use. Will not burn, bury, or compost any imported debris. No tub grinding operation or chipping operation as a condition of special use. No retail operation all those things have been testified under oath that will not happen on this. I would ask the commissioners to make that a condition of the special use if you move in the direction of approving it. I say again, though, I really am concerned about what happens on the other land. It's the site was specifically designed to stay under an acre to avoid a permanent stormwater pond. The amount of clearing that's been done, it's just the way it looks to me as a commercial general contractor is that the steps that have been taken to step this thing through to not to have to put those permanent expensive measures in just to get in under the law. So I hope you'll take all that in consideration when you make your decision. Thank you.
All right, if you all would, are ready to deliberate, then you can close the public hearing.
Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. Anybody have any deliberating they would like?
So I'd like to, if Mr. Hammerbacher can come forward, and just remember, there's two things you're gonna be voting on, the findings of fact, and then whether to grant or deny the special use permit. If you grant the special use permit with conditions to define those conditions. So if Mr. Hammerbacher can just walk through the findings of fact that you all would need to consider before you deliberate.
So in granting a special use permit, the Board of Commissioners shall affirmatively make the following findings of fact based on substantial, material, and credible evidence presented. We pull the board through each question, Gina?
Well, no, they want to deliberate first, so I wanted to just let them know what they have to ask. So if they're, because they haven't deliberated yet, so we're not voting yet. Can y'all see that, those questions that y'all have to go through? Okay.
Y'all have any, anything y'all want to discuss about this before we vote on the findings of fact?
Well, I mean, trying to set the conditions, the main thing, if we entertain it. But all I gotta say, if we do nothing, or take no action, they can do like they wanna do.
I agree with you. I think it's better, first of all, folks, we're bound by law, and this is very much a legal proceeding. So it can't be what our heart feels or what our gut feels. It has to be what is already written for us to just say either the box has been checked or the box has not been checked. And all of these things are kind of set in place in a way that it's very difficult to not check a box because they've already been checked. I mean, we would be saying that facts are not facts, that they're not true. But I do see the value in us putting some stipulations and some conditions, and the appellant is agreed to no burning being one of them, so I've got a handful here. If you're ready, whoever wants to write, or however you want to do this, I don't know, but I've listened to several comments and kind of compiled a list I think would be prudent of us to put in this as a special condition in approving this special use permit.
Go ahead and read them all.
So the first one is no burning, burying, or composting of debris. The second is that the entire 42.7 acre tract of land is subject to no burning, period. No tub or chipping operations, meaning no grinding on site. That's what we have commercial business parks for. Put commercial type, industrial type operations in. No importing of any debris. No retail operations. I would propose a limit of operation time to be 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And I say that because in the summer it gets dark at close to 9 o'clock. But I certainly wouldn't want this operation to begin at 5 o'clock in the morning on June 21st when it's the longest day of the year and I can go fish at 5 a.m. We wouldn't want that operation to be running at 5 a.m. But at 9 o'clock at night would probably be acceptable. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, but we can certainly talk about it. But time of operation certainly needs to be spoken to. I would be curious, and I believe it's already in there, Mr. Hammerbacher, that there is a time period for this construction to begin. There's a time for it to be complete within this permit. Is that already
I
correct?
believe legal counsel has suggested time frame for
Yeah,
establishing permits and completion of the project.
the, this is what I spoke to Ms. Dutra about, prior to this meeting, is that within 6 months, they would secure the permits. These are zoning, building, driveway from the North Carolina DOT, land disturbance permits from the NCDEQ, and stormwater permits with all within 6 months. They would complete within 9 months landscaping and fencing, and then complete all remaining improvements identified in the site plan in 18 months.
And yeah, you're comfortable with that timeline?
The building permit could
Take longer. I'm a little concerned that first 6 months is a little tight if drafting and things aren't aligned.
I mean, if there's is there,
You could. Yeah, we want to be sure progress is moving forward, but that 6 months could get pretty tight pretty quick.
We do allow concurrent review, so he's seeking to get zoning. We do allow the plans to be reviewed, but the permit will not be issued till zoning is completed.
Okay, all right, well then that'll help speed up that process.
Permits from DOT and DEQ are outside our control.
Yeah, well, we would certainly realize as long as they're applied for, that would definitely be, would meet the request made, and he's not able to make them produce something in a time period, provided it's accurate and complete. I don't know exactly how to word this one, but what I want to say is that this permit is subject to any future updates of the UDO. I don't know if I can get away with that.
I don't believe recent legislation would allow us to be able to do so.
That. Yeah.
Not at this point in time.
can we clarify the importing of debris? Does that mean that trucks don't come in with sticks and limbs and everything all
Right, that would
around?
be the debris. So when he's clearing these lots, and for those of you in the room that don't know, I'm also a commercial general contractor. And so when they're clearing these lots, they're knocking down the trees with a root ball, cutting off the root ball, stacking the wood, cutting the wood appropriate length to be loaded later on during that time period. And they sell the wood at the lumber yards, at the pulpwood pile, or whatever you want to call it. And so they've got to get it there. And then they take the rest of the limbs and stuff that's not sellable. Sometimes they're chip and grind them on site and then haul away the grind. Sometimes they just load them up, press them in as tight as they can, take them to the destination, landfill, what have you. So that's what the debris is the stump itself and the roots, the base that hangs from it, and the smaller limbs and things like that they can't.
They won't be bringing them into
No.
that.
Right, they won't, it won't come there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you're just gonna have to leave the truck on site for a night and go get it the next morning when the yard's open and give it another shot. I get that. There are times, folks, I know where they try and deliver logs at 2:00 in the afternoon and the yard's full and they won't take them. And it might be 2 or 3 days before they're taken. I mean, there are circumstances where that's very real. So give a little credence to that.
If I may, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
sir.
I didn't want to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Bob, but in the past, this board has approved several, basically what commonly referred to as a stump dump or inert debris reclamation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
based
you
on
say,
state
well-
law and our local ordinance, in order to bring materials from off-site requires a permit from the state and from this county to be able to do so for inert debris reclamation.
Okay.
If you are bringing materials from off-site onto the site and burning them, you're in violation.
Right. So that's great to hear, and with all due respect to you, I also want you to hear this group in here tonight. They need some teeth in these words, because these words written in these books are worthless if we've got no traction in the field. And we're gonna talk about that later after this meeting this week. But for the period of this hearing, purpose of this hearing, all right, so I scratched out subject to future updates of the UDO.
So they're not going to bring these trucks in, drive them across this 6 acre or 5.1 acres over to the other 30 acres and park them.
No, there's a commercial truck should be on the 3.1 acres that's part of this special use permit. So all the equipment and trucks, as I understand it, would be required to be parked and kept in that 3.1 acres. Could there be some like a small loader or a track machine of some sort sitting on the farm?
Is that a
That's not,
condition?
I don't think that's necessarily something we can get too much into, but I think, I'm hopeful that the appellant tonight is hearing clearly that we have expectations. We want to see you succeed, but you're gonna have to succeed within the boundaries that we're setting so that we all can be decent and honorable to one another. And the mere fact is that we're not gonna tolerate anything less than that. And I'll personally get involved and use the influence of this office to higher levels to be sure that accountability is there if we have to do that. And I hope that we don't. So those are the ones that I made notes of that I have. I don't know if anyone else has anything, stipulation they feel is important to.
I
I'll
was making
call on
notes
my
too, and
soil-
I had the same thing, so.
Might need to call on my soil and water board to check it for 'em.
I already sent a note to one Mr. Charles regarding that.
Yeah, that brings up one I was gonna suggest, and I don't know whether this is within the boundaries of what we can do here or conditions that we can put on this, but I highly recommend a 40-foot grass border around all of this property that's been cleared to help with the erosion control.
Around the whole
Around-
50-acre tract.
That's right.
Okay, yeah.
Around the whole 42
So
acres.
you-
Yes.
So you, not as a part of this hearing,
Yeah, I think that's.
I certainly, I think you can make that as a recommendation to Mr.
Well, I mean, we put a condition of no burning on the
He
other.
can, he consented to
He
that?
consented to that.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want to ask him if he
Yeah.
will consent to that.
I think the challenge is that the lands, it would require more trees to be taken down. You have to take around 40 feet of trees around the perimeter.
well, I mean, if
Land
the
left.
trees are there, I mean, I'm not looking at this property, it's just what
Of
I'm
what's here,
hearing
how about
here.
that?
It sounds like we've got a desert out here. And, you know, That's just a suggestion according to what I'm hearing. I haven't actually looked at this site, so I don't know. If it is barren, I suggest this 50-foot grass border. If it is
Vegetation.
not totally barren, wherever it is bare, that border can be put in.
Your client agreeable to that?
John, you know what we're required to do on the farm.
No perpendicular.
You know, with field borders and, yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely Quentin.
I already went above you.
One, just to remind the board, one of the other parties' request was, the addition of a retention pond. I don't, that was just a request. Okay.
I'd just like to point out to the board, along the southern boundary there,
This area here,
That's the
there's a blue line stream regulated by the state. From one to that, we have to stay away from the top of the bank on each side. Consider further upward.
Already in effect.
Yep.
Any other recommendations or stipulations we want to consider?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve this special use permit with guidance from Mr. Hammerbacher on what needs to be read out and the stipulations that we have
All right,
shared.
second that.
oh,
Hang on.
if I may,
All right, I'll get ahead of you guys.
Gotta do the findings of fact first.
Okay, well, let's go.
All right, let's proceed with the findings of fact, please.
so we're looking for a motion that the findings of fact have either have been or have not been satisfied for the special use permit request this evening.
I move it's been satisfied.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carried.
And if you would like, we have these conditions before you, but I can read out this, I believe I've, taken note of all these, additional conditions of approval the board's considering today. If you'd like me to read those out for you.
I think that would be appropriate.
So no bearing, burning, or composting of debris on the site. And I believe that you're intended on that as the entire parcel.
All 42.7
as consented. No burning on the entire property, the 42.72 acres. No grinding or tub grinding operations on site. No importing of debris on site from off premises from the 42.7 acres. No retail operations to occur on site.
From the other basement?
No importing of debris from outside the 42.72 acres. Onto the site, yes, ma'am. Or if we want to refer to the parcel ID, we surely can do that.
79.
Okay. No retail operations to occur on subject parcel. Hours of operation shall be limited from 7 a.m. till 9 p.m. at night. Within 6 months, the applicant shall secure all necessary local and state permits as identified. Within 9 months, landscaping and fencing as denoted on the site plan shall be installed. All other improvements shall be completed within 18 months from the issuance of the special use permit. In addition to that, we have the ones set forth on the PowerPoint before you. Here's the UDO adopted plans, NC building code requirements, securing NC DOT driveway permit, securing approval of the sedimentation erosion control plan from NC DEQ, a minor subdivision plat of the 3.1 acre parcel and 20-foot public bicycle pedestrian plan easement shall be recorded prior to issuance of a zoning permit approval. And then I believe we've covered this. So if you'd like to remove this, on-site inert debris reclamation, dumping, and/or burning shall be prohibited.
I don't, getting it there doesn't it doesn't conflict with.
It does not conflict, no, sir.
Then it's fine, it's written.
Yes, sir.
So you can make a motion to approve with those conditions or a motion to deny. It's up to you.
Entertain a motion to approve or deny.
So I'll move to approve the conditions stated.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Do it now.
All right.
You ain't got nothing out there for you.
So for the record, in case they appeal it.
Wrote something. Do what now? Wrote something.
Appeal it.
Yeah.
They included it to the land use. They're gonna have it inspected.
All right, we're gonna give it just a minute while everybody clears out, and we're gonna move on to, action item number 4.
The county's going to inspect.
All right, audit presentation. Jamie Holtz, Finance Director, will introduce Tara Robertson.
Yes, sir. I would like to introduce Tara Robertson, partner with Winston Williams, Creech, Evans and Company, to present Franklin County's fiscal year 24 audit. I was trying to do that for you.
All right, if you just hang on for a second, let them clear out. Cannot hear you.
What are we doing? Yeah. You better be careful.
A copy of the presentation to everyone and your copy of the audit as well. She'll be referencing and going through the presentation.
Quickly.
Yes, sir.
So noted. Good evening. Are we good to?
Yes, ma'am, please.
All right. As Jamie mentioned, my name's Tara Robertson. I'm with Winston Williams, Creech, Evans and Company out of Oxford, and we are presenting the fiscal year 2024 audit report to you tonight. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible, so if I skip over something that's in the slides you have a question about, please stop me and ask me. Franklin County has received an unmodified opinion that's known as a clean opinion. So the financial statements are materially accurate as presented. That's the best opinion that you can get. They also received Certificate of Excellence from GFOA for 2023 and have applied for that designation for 2024. Governmental fund revenues. You can see from the pie chart that basically your ad valorem taxes make up the majority of those revenues at about 46%. And those percentages are really in line with what they have been in previous years. Expenditures, your largest expenditure being public safety, and then education kind of following behind that, and that is also very consistent with prior years. The county currently has $102,943,000 in cash at June 30th. That does exclude restricted cash, so funds that you may have received from a grant agency that they dictate how you can spend, those are not included in that number. And it does not include any of your fiduciary funds. For your general fund revenues, you budgeted $108 million. You made some budget amendments to 110, but you actually came in at $119 million. Always a good thing to go over budget when it concerns revenues. The largest sources of those revenues, again, just like with the pie chart, it was ad valorem taxes. But you actually brought in more money with ad valorem taxes than you had budgeted. And also your investment fees, well above what you had originally budgeted, and sales and use tax came in over 3 million more than what you had budgeted. Your general fund expenditures, at the end of the day, after all of your budget amendments, you had budgeted expenditures of $128,550,000. You actually spent $118 million, so a little more than $10 million under budget. By function within those general fund expenditures, your largest variance is in public safety. You came in under budget by $4 million, but I will say that ambulances were ordered but had not been received, so that expenditure is not in there, so that budget was carried over to fiscal year 2025. The rest of those can come from lapsed salaries and things like that, where those expenditures were not spent because positions had not been filled and things like that. Major departments that make up that, as you can see, 1.6 million in rescue and ambulance services kind of goes along with that $4 million that you saw, or that in total. Fund balances, your fund balance in total increased from $91.3 million to $108.5 million for governmental funds. General funds specifically went from $66.7 million to $67.7 million. So your increase to the general fund was less than 2023, but that was due to, timing of projects and when funds were spent and things like that. Specifically with your general fund balance, this is a breakdown of what makes up those funds. So you can have non-spendable, which would be prepaids and inventory, restricted, so you have a grantor agency or a lender that is dictating how those funds can be spent. You have committed, where the board has taken action to say we are going to set money aside for a specific purpose. Assigned would be things like if you are doing a fund balance reservation or appropriation in the next fiscal year's budget. And then unassigned, which is the largest bar, $31.3 million. In fiscal year 24, your budget was appropriating $18 million of fund balance. You ended up not spending any of that appropriated fund balance. For your unassigned fund balance, this kind of walks you through some statistical ways to look at your fund balance. In fiscal year 23, your unassigned fund balance as a percent of expenditures for the general fund was 33%. In 2024, it was 26.5%. So it did decrease, but that was all because of planned projects and things like that, where you sock money away in your general fund for those projects that take a while to get all the money to do them and things. And then you can use that, but you still have a nice safety net in your fund balance.
Derek, could you go back to the slide before that for just a moment and give me the 1-2 on that, the appropriated fund balance FY24?
Yes, sir. So if you have your book, Exhibit 5, which is on page 34, kind of walks through this. So you can see in detail for your actual expenditure or actual revenues and your actual expenditures. You came in with $877,000 being added to the fund balance, whereas appropriated fund balance, you had planned to take money away from that, but you actually added to it.
So so what you said is what I thought you said. We'd appropriated 18 million to fund balance.
You
balance
appropriated to spend your
Spend the
savings.
savings to balance that budget.
Correct.
Then the year came through, we literally did zero.
Correct. You actually added 877,000.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you for your help.
The next slide, again, is a statistical measure, and this is one that in particular the LGC looks at. So you may, from time to time, hear them refer to this. And every county in the state has to release this data, and the state can measure you against it. So for fiscal year 23, your fund balance available for appropriation, which is different than unassigned fund balance, but that fund balance available as a percentage of expenditures was 54%. In 2024, it's right at 50%. The number underneath that is a statewide average. This is the data from 2023 that the LGC releases. And they've changed how they release it. It used to be by population. Now it's based on general fund expenditures. So y'all are in a group of 34 counties, I believe, that have over 100 million in expenditures. And that average is 47.2%. So even though your percentage decreased, you're still better than your peer group.
Is there a percentage that the state wants you to be at? Like, is there a low and a high end? They probably don't want you to be too high, but they don't want you to be too low on that percentage?
So they call it a myth.
Okay.
But the myth that you may have heard about is 8%.
That's unassigned fund balance.
Yeah, so I mean, and this is a little bit different because it's picking up anything that you've assigned.
Right.
Because that is still available for appropriation, because that's what you did, you appropriated it. But you have a healthy fund balance, even though you've spent some of it. If you've got 34 counties that are the largest counties expenditure-wise in the state, and you're still better than their average from the previous year, just should give some comfort that you haven't dipped too far into savings, but you do need that savings because things happen.
So could I ask one more question? Is
Yes, sir.
Franklin, it may not be a question for you, but on the unassigned fund balance, we're basically 26.5%. Does the Franklin County have a policy of a percentage that we try to stay above?
There is a fund balance policy in the county. I believe it's 18%.
Okay.
And that is in this book. I'll let Jamie tell you what page, because it might take me a couple minutes to find the page.
We believe you.
Yeah, no.
But
It's
the board did
11:05.
approve that 18% probably 3 years ago as a level that they would not go behind. There is a disclosure in the back of the footnotes that will actually show you that calculation to show that you are above that 18%. So when you have insomnia tonight, because you're keyed up from the meeting, you can read those footnotes. To talk about your tax levy, this is for fiscal year 24. Your levy increased from $57 million to $61 million. This is before the revaluation. Your tax collection percentages, you dipped slightly, and on the chart it looks kind of drastic, but that is 98.7% to 98.5%. So that is inconsequential statistically. But in comparison to the counties that are in that group of 34, they are averaging 99.4%. So you're about a percentage point behind them. If we want to look at your water and sewer fund from a profit and loss perspective, you increased revenues by about $2.7 million. Your expenditures increased by about $2 million over fiscal year 23. So revenues over expenditures did provide $700,000 roughly. Your depreciation also increased slightly, but you still made a profit. Your profit was $4.7 million for the year compared to 4.2 in 2023. Your breakdown of revenues for that water sewer fund, water being the largest portion, followed by sewer, which is probably a little more than half of what your water makes up. Expenditures, your largest expenditure being operating and capital expenditures, followed by water purchases. So your net position for water and sewer, that increased overall from total net position of $50.8 million to $70.4 million. Your unrestricted, though, did increase by about $2.5 million. And the net investment in capital assets. So basically, the value of your assets less, or the cost value less the depreciation minus the debt that you're still paying on for those assets. That's your net investment in capital assets. So that investment also increased from $24.4 million to $41.5 million. A lot of that was donated infrastructure. So it's not necessarily that you spent money to buy those assets, but they were donated. Your solid waste fund, revenues increased by just under $400,000. For solid waste in particular, for total revenues, it's a little over $400,000, but your expenditures also increased by about the same percentage. So you increased by $20,000 before depreciation. Your depreciation increased. So you actually have a loss from looking at those numbers. Now, this does not include everything. It just highlights the larger numbers. But there was overall for water, sewer, or for solid waste, a profit of $234,000. Their net position, total net position increased by $1.7 million, with the largest of that coming in with unrestricted funds of $1.4 million. Debt service for the county, there was no increases to debt, only payments. So your debt went down by $10 million. So the debt for the county for fiscal year 24 was $64.9 million. There are some internal borrowed funds between the general fund and the solid waste fund. And that amount that's still owed is $1.6 million. There is a payment plan in place on that, and solid waste is meeting that payment plan as far as the terms go. I don't have a slide for it, but in the back of your report, we're just required to let you know that we also do compliance testing. So there are 3 audit reports back here in the compliance section that starts on page 194. Each of those 3 opinions is unmodified. So we do one on internal control over financial reporting. There was one issue with financial reporting that dealt with opioid funds. That is not something that per se was something the county did incorrectly at the time. They followed guidance by the LGC. So there are LGC memos out that told them how to account for that fund. Since those opioid settlements have come in and they've looked at the structure of those settlements, they've decided that it would have been better to have accounted for it in a different manner. So that's what that one finding is for. The financial statements have been corrected for that to show the new accepted accounting practice.
So are you going on record as stating that the LGC has been wrong?
It happens.
That's what I think I heard you say too.
Because
It
in
may
the
be
whole
late at
history
night.
of this county, it's been LGC, LGC, LGC.
If you pull down, they did not issue a memo, but if you pull down Carolina County financial statements, it does state that the accounting philosophy changed.
County's philosophy.
The accounting
Oh, okay.
philosophy. I'll enunciate a little better. They were close. But the accounting now for opioid funds, if you remember tobacco settlement from years ago, it now is being accounted for the same way that the tobacco settlement did. We also test your major programs for federal funds and state funds. There were no compliance issues where funds were spent incorrectly, but there were internal control issues, specifically with Medicaid. That's not a new finding. We've had it every year. But the volume that they handle to only have, I think they had 21 errors, but they process, what did I say, 60 million claims? So, I mean, we do pull a sample, but the sample is statistical sample, so it should be representative, so. And none of those errors resulted in somebody receiving funds they shouldn't have. And that's all I have for my report, unless you have questions. I thank you all for your support in getting through this audit and providing resources, answering questions to a questionnaire that we sent out to y'all. And if there are any questions later, once you read that report, you can call me.
Awesome.
Thank you very much,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
If you're patient.
Yeah, thank you.
And kudos to staff for doing a good job of getting it together. Okay. Action item B, bid award. Chris Doherty, you're up. Quickly.
Prove it. Okay. Good evening. We are here tonight to present the bid results and recommendation of award to the most responsive and responsible bidder for a new elevated water tank and raising of the US 1 elevated water tank. Funding for these projects is from the NCDEQ ARPA monies. And if we happen to have any overages due to construction and or material increases, we will cover those overages out of the utilities fund balance. But we're not anticipating any of it.
Being reimbursed by the engineers and the architects, right?
Yeah, especially the engineers. They brought their checkbook. They're here with me tonight. With that, Peter, get the checkbook with you. I'm introducing Peter Galen from the Wooten Company. They are the engineering firm of record for this, and he will explain the projects and the bids.
Very briefly. Appreciate it, y'all's attention. Again, I'm Peter Galen with the Wooten Company. So we've worked with Chris for the last year or so on getting this project underway. We've got two contracts as it worked out. The overall purpose of the project is to provide more water storage and higher pressure results for particularly the southern portion of the county, but really the overall county. So contract one is a brand new elevated storage tank that's going in at Mays Crossroads Road, kind of right across from Hill Ridge Farms. That'll be a 500,000 gallon spheroid tank, somewhere in the neighborhood of 145 feet tall. I was in front of you guys back in June of 2024 getting a special use permit for this site. So that's part one of the project. And then part two is your existing tank on Highway 1. We are raising that tank to a higher elevation to match the new elevation of the tank at the Mays Crossroads site. So contract one will happen, construction will happen, and then once that tank is ready to go online, contract two will be able to happen. The Highway 1 tank will be offline for when contract one is going online, and then when contract one is done, then that tank will be providing the service. With regards to the bids, we had two. So as Chris has up on the PowerPoint here, we originally advertised for bid back in November. We did not receive 3 bidders for either contract, and so we had to re-advertise for early January. Because of state law, you can open bids with less than 3 bids after a re-advertisement. So contract 1 had 2 bidders, Phoenix Fabricators and McGuire Iron. The low bid for contract 1 is Phoenix Fabricators. Their bid amount was just over $3.9 million. And then for contract 2, we only had 1 bidder, and that would be Pittsburgh Tank. And there you can see their bid amount was just under $575,000. So as Chris mentioned, there'll be a 5% construction contingency that needs to be included in that, and that's just a DWI requirement to make sure that there's, I'm sorry, I'm just not included in that. On top of that, just to make sure that, you know, if something goes wrong in construction or anything along those lines, just to have that those funds available. Maybe they won't get spent. Hopefully, they won't get spent, but that's where we are. So I think Chris, you were going to detail the recommendation at this point, unless you guys have any questions for me.
I got one question.
Yes, sir.
How much higher are you gonna elevate that water tank to?
27 feet.
Just 27?
Yeah, so it's currently at overflow elevation of 574. We're going to put the Mays Crossroads tank up at 601. So once we get up to 601 at Mays Crossroads, then we'll bring the Highway 1 tank up to 601 as well. I'm excited about that. It's going to be fun to see. They're going to get a couple of cranes out there and lift the whole tank up and do some welding on the underside. That'll be a fun one for everybody to take a look at. So, Chris, if you will.
Okay. Yes. So the recommendation tonight, staff and the Wooten Company recommend the following: approve 2 resolutions, one for contract 1, one for contract 2, for tentative award of the bids. The bids will be contingent upon NCDEQ Division of Water Infrastructure approval. They will receive those bids once we receive the final permits from DEQ Division of Water Resources. They have the plans and specs for that. They're reviewing them now. Hopefully, we'd expect the permit from Division of Water Resources soon. So that's number 1. Number 2, tentatively award contract 1 to Phoenix Fabricators and Erectors in the amount of $3,905,420 plus, and then in addition to that, $195,271. That's the 5%. That totals for a total project cost of $4.1 million. That's contract number 1. Award contract number 2 to Pittsburgh Tank and Tower. That is for the raising of the existing US 1 tank, and with the award contract of $573,825 to Pittsburgh Tank, with a 5% contingency as requested by DWI of $28,692, bringing that total project cost to $604,620. And then authorizing the county manager to sign the construction contracts with Phoenix Fabricators and Pittsburgh Tank and any other required documentations for this project.
If I could clarify one bit on that, the contracts themselves are for the original bid amount, and the amount that Chris has here is just what the overall, what y'all's overall budget is. So the contract itself is going to be for 3.75 or 3.9 and 570, just under 575. But those are the amounts that the county is quote unquote obligated, if that makes sense.
Please.
I want to clarify that we have currently from the DEQ for this project a little over $3.5 million. We are going to try to get more ARPA funding from them, but what you're approving is if we don't get more ARPA funding, that overage would come from fund balance of public utilities. I just want to clarify that we're not guaranteed that we're going to get that, so that we need to make sure when I do my budget amendments that we have that extra from fund balance just in case.
And it's 3.5
It's not going to cover the whole thing.
for both projects though, right?
Yes, sir. This is one project as far as our
The way the
DEQ
ARPA
approval
looked.
from ARPA.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir. And we are still in negotiations and talking and trying to get that additional funds. But as a backup plan, we have to have that a contingency to use public utilities fund balance. I just want to clarify that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. We stand by to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? What's the pleasure?
Made motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Item number 5 is other business. Is there any other business to come before this board?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I have one thing. I think anytime we have a public hearing, we need to have a special meeting for the public hearings instead of trying to cram it all in, because it is crazy just being 3.5 hours here in a public hearing to then try to conduct the rest of the county business. I would like us to consider that.
I'll make a motion that we conduct public hearings on, alternative nights from our regular
On what
meeting.
night?
Alternative night.
Alternative nights other than our regular meeting.
Why don't we work out a plan and then we can make a motion and approve it?
I think what you all need for slides and everything. What we did tonight was the hearing that actual
Yeah.
I think what we want is your special use permits.
We can do that administratively though.
Yeah.
Do that with the
So,
leadership.
I mean, and that's just something we could do, we could direct staff,
We can do that on our
just
end.
to say, okay, we have special use permit, coordinate your schedule. This special permit.
Yeah, direct staff. to-
Sure, yeah,
Okay, very good.
yeah, I withdraw that motion.
Thank you, sir. Any other business? Item number 6 is board manager and clerk's comments. Mr. King, Mr. Foy,
I have nothing to report on.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Shriver,
None.
Mr. May,
Good to go.
Mr. Speed.
I got lots to say, but it can wait. No.
That's a good answer.
Ms. Brown.
I've attended a lot of meetings, but I'll just hold off too.
All right. I got one thing.
No, I think you should follow the example that we have set.
Mr. Chairman.
It's gonna be quick. Look, 6 words, 7 words. The appeals process for our tax evaluation or the tax appeals that started, and I want the public to, I highly encourage the public to get involved with that.
When's the
If they're
date
not-
of the, E&R board? That's the key one.
We haven't got that exact date to get started
but
yet.
that's when the rubber meets the pavement.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah. To be determined, Mr.
Okay.
All right, item number 7, it's closed set. Oh, do you have any comments, sir?
I'll
Ask him.
I'll follow suit.
Good man, Charlie.
Item number 7 is closed session. The board is asked to enter in a closed session pursuant to the following North Carolina general statutes. NCGS 143-318.11A3, attorney-client privilege communications, and NCGS 143-318.11A5, real property purchase contracts and leases. What's the pleasure?
Move to go into closed session.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Motion carries. 5 minutes. Got them smoking.
closed session.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion
Move to
carries.
adjourn.
Meeting adjourned.
You want to walk around? Yeah, I'm going home. All right.
Motion to adjourn.